to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions.
Year 2021. And the 30th anniversary curriculum, and it's an hybrid curriculum that you can watch virtually at Aurora Executive Event Center or www.osun@30.com or present here. Yesterday we are at the venue here to bring you live events as it is happening at Aurora Conference Center in the state capital, Osogbo. Yes, today, like I said earlier, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary, still ongoing, and we are celebrating under the theme of Osun at 30, celebrating a milestone.
òun náà ni ọ̀gágun ìgbàanì náà ọ̀gágun Ibrahim Babangida dá ìpínlẹ̀ yìí sílẹ̀ pẹ̀lú àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ míì àti wá pé 30 ọdún lónìí níbi ètò yìí tí ó ń wáyé ìyẹn àpérò tí ó ń wáyé ní Aurora Event Center nílùú Òṣogbo ń bí ni àwọn ọlọ́kanjọ̀kan àwọn ènìyàn ti wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni àwọn tí yóò ṣe àpérò yìí tí wọ́n ó sọ̀rọ̀ níbi tí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tí wọ́n ti dàgbàdé ní àwọn ẹ̀ka tí ó wà ní ìpínlẹ̀ yìí látòrí ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ lọ sí ètò ìlera tó fi mọ́ ọ̀nà tó yọ̀ kòlòlò bákan náà ni àṣà àti ibi ìgbafẹ́ tó fi mọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ajé àti ètò ìṣúná wa àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ká má parọ́ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ó ń gòkè àgbà ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn jankan-jankan òní wọ́n ti wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ fún ètò tí òní àti gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò máa gba àlejò èyàn ọ̀gbẹ́ni Isiaka Adégbóyèga àwọn àti aya wọn Alájà Kàfáyà tó fi mọ́ igbákejì gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Benedict Alabi àti abẹnugan fún ilé ìgbìmọ̀ asòfin ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Honourable Timothy owó ẹ̀yẹ àwọn wọ̀nyí wọ́n kó àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ wọ́n kó wọn sòdí àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ aláṣẹ àti àwọn ọmọ ìgbìmọ̀ aṣòfin ti ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun wọ́n wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ àwọn tí yóò ṣe àpérò wọ́n sì wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ o láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà ẹ̀yìn èèyàn wá ń lé ètò yóò bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí gómìnà bá ti wọlé àwọn orí adé tó fi mọ́ àwọn aṣáájú ẹ̀sìn wọ́n wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ alága ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC àti àwọn fẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC àti àwọn afẹ́nifẹ́re lọ́lọ́kanjọ̀kan ni wọ́n wà ń bí ní wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ lórí àwọn ohun mèremère tí ó ti lápa ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àti bí ọjọ́ ọ̀la ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò ṣe dùn tí gbọ́ngbọ́n yóò kàn sí òun náà ni àwọn tí wọ́n mọ̀ pẹ̀kẹ́lù níbi ètò tí ó ń wáyé lónìí iléeṣẹ́ tẹlifíṣàn ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun rédíò àti tẹlifíṣàn yóò máa mú ètò yìí wá sí ojú ìwòran yẹn àti etí ìgbọ́yín ọgbọgba bí ó bá ṣe ń lọ lórúkọ ọ̀gá pátápátá ilé iṣẹ́ wa ń bí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Káyọ̀dé Fọláhànmí Rasheed Lákìyín àti àwọn lọ́gàlọ́gà tí ó wà ní ilé iṣẹ́ wa Olúwatóyìn Owójayé tó ń mójútó ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ wọn wà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ìyá tó ń mójútó ètò rédíò Bọ́sẹ̀ Bámgbóyè Àjọlá Adéìgbàrúọlá Adésóyè Awódèjì gbogbo àwọn lọ́gàlọ́gà ní ìpínlẹ̀ ní ilé iṣẹ́ wa wọ́n kẹ́yìn yẹn wa o ẹ máa fi ọkàn bá wa lọ bí ètò yìí ṣe ń lọ síwájú àti síwájú sí.
From the famous goddess of river, Osun,
yes,
the
like
capital of the state.
Those that we are expecting today. Like I said, we have different people from different walks of life that are converging here today to continue in the celebration of Osun at 30. We have the Sultan of Sokoto, His Eminence Muhammad Abubakar, who will chair the event of today. And we also have a former governor of Osun State and the former national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Chief BC Akande, who will deliver the keynote. We also have the Ooni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Enito Ogunwusi, who will grace the occasion as a special guest of honor. Also, we have some panelists who are in person of Otunba Titilayo Yeponle, a former deputy governor for Osun State, Dr. Segun Aina, president of Osun Development Association, Dr. Yemi Farumbi, former Nigerian ambassador to the Philippines, Professor Banji Oyelaran Oyeyinka, special advisor to the president on industrialization, African Development Bank AFDB, and Mr. Babajide Kolade Otisoju, group head of current and affairs TVC. We also have in person Steve Nwosu, editor-in-chief, Express newspaper, Dr. Ruben Abati, former presidential spokesman and co-anchor Arise TV. This morning's show, we have Mrs. Bamidele Ademola Olaseju, a columnist, Premium Times. We have Professor Shinyo Yeweso, Professor of History, Uni Osun, and Hajia Zainab Okino, Chairman, Editorial Board, Blueprint Newspaper. Today we have, like Shola said earlier, we have dignitaries from all walks of life. We have KBACs, Obas from all Osun indigenes are here. Who and who matters. That's, yes, the auditorium is filled to the capacity for the governor of the state of Osun. And as Nasira arrives, I tell you, we are going to start in earnest. But if you cannot be here, you can watch us virtually on www.osun@30.com. It's an hybrid colloquium to afford every indigene of Osun State to have the opportunity of knowing what is going on. Join us on TV or on radio as we are bringing it to you live and direct from Aurora Conference Center in Osogbo.
Olúwatóyìn oku àtúntúnú pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn tí ó ti mẹ́nubà lórí àwọn tí ó ṣe àpérò náà lónìí, àwọn tí ó mọ tàkúrọ̀sọ lórí bí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò ṣe di àpèwáwò gẹ́gẹ́ bí ó ti fi yé wa wípé àwọn èèyàn jàǹkànjàǹkàn wọ́n ti wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ fún ti ètò yìí eléyìí tí ó yọ adarí ẹgbẹ́ òṣèlú APC nípẹ̀lẹ́ yìí nígbà kan olóyè Bísí Àkàndé bàbá ó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ bákan náà ni alága fún ètò yìí lónìí bákan náà ni alága fún ètò ìlú àwọn náà yóò wà ní ìkàlẹ̀. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tí ó jẹ́ wípé wọ́n ti làmì wọ́n ti laka ní orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà àti ní òkè òkun ni wọ́n wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ fún ti òní. Nígbà tí Sultan of Sokoto His Eminence Muhammadu Sari Abubakar àwọn ni alága ayẹyẹ ti tòní. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tí àjọ tí wọ́n máa fi ọ̀rọ̀ ìlọsíwájú fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lónìí nígbà tí Ọọ̀ni ti Ilé Ifẹ̀ tí wọ́n ti wà ní ìkàlẹ̀. Gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun nígbà tí wọ́n bá ti wọlé náà ni ètò gbéra sọ ní ọlọ́kanjọ̀kan níbi ètò yìí lè ní igbákejì gómìnà ní ìgbà kan rí nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Ọ̀túnba Títí Láòyè wọ́n wà ní àwọn tí yóò mọ jọ tàkúrọ̀sọ lórí bí ìlọsíwájú yóò ṣe bá ìpínlẹ̀ yìí. Bákan náà ni dókítà Ṣẹ́gun Àìná tí a ò bá gbàgbé wípé àwọn náà wọ́n ti làkà nínú ètò iṣẹ́ tí wọ́n yàn láàyò. Osun Development Association Dr. Yemi Farumbi tó jẹ́ former Nigerian ambassador to the Philippines orílẹ̀-èdè Philippines àwọn náà máa wà níbí lónìí fún ètò yìí. Bákan náà ni Professor Banchi Oyelaran Oyeyinka tí wọ́n jẹ́ olùdámọ̀ràn pàtàkì fún gómìnà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ìdókòwò àti ìdáṣẹ́sílẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ilé ìfowópamọ́ ìdàgbàsókè ilé ìfowópamọ́ ti ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Babájídé Kọ́ládé Òtítọ́lójú tí wọ́n jẹ́ adarí Group Head of Current and Public Affairs àwọn náà máa wà níbí àti Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Muhammadu Jega àwọn náà gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n máa tàkúrọ̀sọ lórí bí a ti ṣe ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun tó jẹ́ pé ńgbà tí a bá fi ṣe bí ọdún 5 sígbà tí a wà yìí ìyẹn tí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò pé bí 35 years àbí ẹ̀kọ́ tó yìn a ti di àpèwáwò ní ìpínlẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ yẹn wá ẹ̀ ṣáà máa wà pẹ̀lú wa bí ó ti ń lọ ní orí rédíò àti móhùnmáwòrán wa. Ẹ̀yin tí a ò bá lè wá síbi gbọ̀ngàn ilé ní ẹ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa ní orí ayélujára tí ẹ̀rọ www.osun@30.com tàbí kí ẹ wá sí gbọ̀ngàn yìí fún àpéjọrò ti èní lórí ayẹyẹ bí Ọ̀ṣun ṣe pé 30 ọdún. Ẹ̀yin wọn jẹ́ rántí wípé ọjọ́ 17 oṣù kẹjọ gan ní ọdún 1991 ni a dá ìpínlẹ̀ yìí sílẹ̀. Látìgbà náà ni Ọ̀ṣun ti ń dá bí ẹdun tí à ń rọ̀ bí òwe bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni yóò sì máa lọ síwájú àti síwájú sí.
Shola, thank you for reminding our people that Osun was created August 27th, 1991. Let's go down memory lane. Yes, we've had so many governors that have propelled the state of Osun to greatness. We start with Leo Segun Ajiborisha. Yes, he was our first governor in the state of Osun, and he started 1991 as soon as the state was created. He was our governor then, and he handed over the baton to late Isiaka Adetunji Adeleke. That's the first executive governor in the state of Osun, 1992 to 1993. And in 1993, Anthony Udofia, he took over and handed in 1996 to Anthony Obi. And Anthony Obi handed over to Theophilus Bamigboye and 1998. When you hear Bamigboye, you think he's a relation of Bose Bamigboye, our director. But the present, our humble, amiable, gentle, yes, governor. That I'm telling you, Adegboyega Oye. To a and better height. I'm telling you. It's like I used to say people that Osun has now become like Lagos of yesteryears. You know, when you used to go to Oshodi Mushin, that you walk in mud. By the time they turned the story of Lagos, people coming for the first time were like, am I not lost? So now getting to Osun is like Awoshifila. And the giant strides we've had in the state of Osun cannot, we cannot but. Oh, Shola says you have not seen anything in Kenken. You have not seen anything. We are coming, and I'm sure that our governor is doing all in his possible best. And we can see development in all strata of the state of Osun. Is it in culture, arts and culture? Is it in agriculture, infrastructure, education, health? In fact, we are leading when it comes to those things. And I'm sure that give or take, by the time the governor is ready to start on that one, I'm telling you, the state of Osun, you will not be able to recognize it again. Giant strides, good monumental achievements that have come to the state of Osun. This is just to tell you that we are in the state of Osun, where we are still in the celebration of Osun at 30, Osun State at 30 celebration colloquium. It's an hybrid colloquium. You can watch it virtually at www.osun@30, or you rather be here physically for you to see what is going. It's agog. It's agog. Different things happening here today, and we have different people already seated waiting for the governor of the state of Osun. Like we said earlier, we have a big fish coming in the person of the Sultan of Sokoto. Shola, for the Sultan to be here in Osun,
òkè báyìí náà láyé wa òun ló jẹ́ kí Sultan of Sokoto kí wọ́n wà níbi ohun tí ó ti ẹ̀ wá ṣe mí ní ọ̀rọ̀ gómìnà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Adégbóyèga Oyètọ́lá ló ṣe ayélujára tí ọ̀la ń sọ fún wa wípé ìgbà ó ti kó orí visa náà ní àwọn kì í ṣe ìpínlẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ìjọba mọ́. Pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ òkèrèbèrè ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun jáde wọ́n ní ìwà fúnṣà láìpẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ olórí ìdókòwò lọ́lọ́kan òjọ̀kan níjọ́ ní ìta wà níbi tó rántí ìgbà tá a wá bí kẹ́yìn tí wọ́n à ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìdókòwò bí ó ṣe wọlé sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun wọ́n níṣẹ́ ń lọ lábẹ́lẹ̀ ó dàgbé tá a bá fi ṣe ọdún 23 nǹkan ó ti ṣẹnu rẹ̀ nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àwa bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wo ètò ẹ̀kọ́ wa àwọn ilé ìwòsàn wa lóríṣiríṣi ògùn wà ń bẹ̀ kò sí ikú ìyá lọ́mọ kò sí èmi ti gba jẹ́ àfihàn rán àwọn èèyàn wa létí pé tí ẹ bá wá ń bọ̀ onígbọ̀ngàn bíi tí a ti ń ṣe ètò ti èní o gbogbo ìlànà COVID ni ìjọba ní kí á tẹ̀lé. ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa ń lé ní bí a ṣe ń sọ fún yín pé àwọn èèyàn ti wà ń kàlẹ̀ o láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà gómìnà ti wọlé tí a ó sì bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò ní pẹrẹu. ẹ máa wò wá lórí StarTime television 113-502 lórí free to hear. bákan náà ni rédíò wa 104.5 yóò mọ̀ gbé ní lálálá bí ó ti ń lọ. ohun tí ẹ sì ṣe ni pé ẹ fìdílé nǹkan tàbí kí ẹ wá nǹkan fìdílé kí a lè máa tẹ̀síwájú lórí ètò yìí. ṣé mo sọ fún yín ọ̀gá wa Fọláhànmí àwọn ni wọ́n kó wa sòdí wá síbi ètò tòní. ẹ kú kalẹ̀.
Osun at 30, to God be the glory.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency the Governor. We're moving on to the second item on the program, which is prayers. Today, to pray to the God of creation, and therefore we will go to the second verse of the if you look on the program, the second verse of the national anthem that we have decided to pray unto God today. And therefore I'd like you to follow me as I pray, and at the end of it, let us all say amen. So we say, O God of creation, direct our noble cause. Guide, help our youth to know the truth, to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice reign. Amen. And we all said amen. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, Your Excellency Adipuega Oyetola, Your Excellency Kafayat Oyetola, First Lady of Osun State, His Excellency the Deputy Governor, Mr. Benedict Alabi, Her Excellency Oyefunke Alabi, wife of the Deputy Governor, Your Excellency former Deputy Governor and Senator, Senator Iyola Omishore, Senator Dr. Ajibola Bashiru, the Senate spokesperson, Senator Adelere Orilowo, I'm sorry, Right Honorable Timothy Uweye, the Speaker of the Osun State House of Assembly, distinguished members of the House of Assembly, former Speakers of the State House of Assembly, the Honorable Chief Judge and other justices here present, Secretary to the State Government, Prince Wole Oyebamiji, Chief of Staff, Dr. Charles Akinola, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Prince Abdullahi Binuyo, the Head of Service, Dr. Festus Oyebade, Cabinet members all, Royal Fathers, Chairman and Chairman of the All Progressive Congress in the States and other chieftains here present, the Chairman being Prince Adibuega Famodu. Chairman of local governments and LCGAs in the States, leaders and chieftains of the APC here present, Iyalojas and Babalojas, Forum of Senior Special Assistants to the Governor, Chairman Ibimwagba, Engineer Shola Kiwumi, heads of financial institutions, service commanders here present, labor leaders, religious leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Happy birthday to us in Osun. We're here present to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the creation of our state. My name is Yomila Nika. I am from a proud son of Osun and perhaps prouder son of Ileife, where the sun rises every day to the world. We're happy here to be gathered this afternoon for the 30th anniversary of the creation of our state. And 30 years is a long time in the life of any individual. You need to just count the numbers to determine what 30 years sounds like. If I may, let me give you a few numbers and see what 30 years means in the life of an individual or a community. Between 27th of August 1991 and today, 9th September 2021, we have had 3 decades of existence of the state, which means we're talking about 30 years, 1 week, and 6 days. That brings us to 360 months. If you were to look at it in terms of weeks, we're talking about 1,567 weeks. In terms of days since the creation of our state, we're talking about 10,970 days. If you are a number cruncher and you love data, you may want to go a little further and ask how many hours. We'll be talking about 263,304 hours. And minutes will be 15 million minutes, and seconds will be 947 seconds, and we're still counting. We need to celebrate the number of years we've been around. A round of applause for the state of Osun at 30, and therefore we need to congratulate our governor, the gentleman governor, Alhaji Adegboyega Oyetola. Congratulations to his team and other leaders. Congratulations to all of us. This afternoon, as we all know, we are gathered here for the 30th anniversary colloquium of our state. And if you look at the program, we're talking about the introduction and recognition of guests. But because we don't want to detain ourselves, I've already recognized through that list of protocol, and some other people will come to establish the protocols a little more firmly. And therefore, I have the singular honor to introduce for the welcome address the Chief of Staff to the Governor, Dr. Charles Akinola, who will give the welcome address and tell us exactly why we're here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Charles Akinola, thank you very much.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to quickly recognize and very broadly the protocols that we'll set for this event. And the assumption is that we'll take that after the establishment of those protocols. We'll adopt them for every part of the session. Mr. Governor, His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola, Excellency Kafayat Oyetola, First Lady of the State of Osun, His Excellency Benedict Alabi, the Deputy Governor, and wife, Excellency Oyefunke Alabi, Senator, all other Deputy Governors that are here and also watching us virtually. So I'll take these broad protocols in establishing the fact that the people watching virtually that are also going to be recognized. So we have Deputy Governors, amongst them His Excellency Senator Eyolo Misho is here today, and others watching virtually. Let's recognize Senator Ajibola Bashiru, Senator Adeliri Oriolowo, and through them, so totally recognize the other Senator of Osun in the National Assembly, Right Honorable Speaker Timothy Oweye, representative of the Chief Justice, Justice Odi Afolabi. I recognize the members of the State Parliament here present, members of the National Assembly, and then members of the State Parliament. I recognize the SSG, and through him recognize all the members of the State Cabinet. I represent who are here today, I'd like to recognize the chairman of APC Osun Caretaker Committee, Prince Adeboyega Famodun, other party leaders. I'd like to recognize, participating virtually and also physically, all our eminent royal fathers who are here. Permanent secretaries, general managers, executive secretaries, coordinating directors. Specifically, Professor Oluwayono, I would like to recognize you. I'd like to recognize our distinguished panelists, notably Professor Ni Akinas, who is moderating today's event, former SSG, Head of Service, Chief Inolaji Abuaba, First Lady's Entourage, Chairman of all the 69 local government areas and LCDs are here present and also watching virtually. Service commanders, captains of industries, heads of tertiary institutions, heads of financial institutions, Yaloja and Babaloja, religious leaders, all represented here today. Emeritus Professor Ademola Oyejide, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm indeed highly honored to welcome you to the 30th anniversary colloquium of our great state, Osun, the state of the virtuous. On behalf of Mr. Governor, Mr. Adeboyega Oyetola, and the good people of the state, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to you, distinguished audience here today, for finding the time to join us at this very important occasion, which is, of course, one of the events that have been organized to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the state. I must especially thank our revered royal fathers for their presence here today. His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Sultan Muhammadu Saad Abubakar, who is the chairman of this occasion, deserves very special recognition and appreciation. Despite the many things that have competed for his attention, he will be chairman in the occasion today. He will be making his address at this event virtually. The support of our dearly beloved royal father, the Ooni of Ife, is immeasurable. He should be finding his way to this venue very shortly. And through him, to recognize again all royal fathers. And we thank you indeed, all our distinguished KBSs, for honoring us with your presence today. I also like to thank our respected fathers, founding fathers, and stakeholders who have joined us this morning to be part of this colloquium, whose objective, among others, is to discuss the developmental strides in the state of Osun since its creation. The roles have been played by key actors to date, lessons and suggestions for attaining greater heights. We are grateful to all our panelists, including those who are joining us virtually. We have a galaxy of stars who will be speaking here in this hall and also virtually in a little while. Being all distinguished professionals, it is indeed an honor to have them grace this platform and share their thoughts with us. We thank you very much. As you may be aware, this is a hybrid event involving both virtual and physical options. This is to ensure that we just take a manageable crowd into this hall. On the other hand, the virtual option is also making it possible for us to have more participation across various social media platforms and across the world. We have registered, as at yesterday, close to 5,000 people watching virtually on Zoom. We have a capacity for close to 10,000 on YouTube, and we have limitless access through Facebook. So this program is being streamed all over the world, and so we will expect us to show the Omaluabi that we are all through the program. Going by the quality of our resource persons and the diversity of this distinguished audience, I have no doubt whatsoever at all that we will be having a most fruitful deliberation here today. Finally, I must thank you, Mr. Governor, again for your inspirational leadership in putting this together as we celebrate this milestone in the history of our dear state. Once again, I welcome you all to this 30th anniversary colloquium. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Chief of Staff. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that was the welcome address by the Chief of Staff, and he has given us indication of what this program is all about. I'd just like to add that the program, again, is being streamed on multiple channels across the world and is being watched across the world. For whoever wants, especially for those listening to me, they may want to link on through Facebook, Osun Gov, and all they need to click is www.osun@30.com, osun@30.com, which means that anywhere you are in the world, you can actually participate in this program. As also been mentioned, we have panelists that will join us in a moment, and then we have other panelists that will be joining us in diaspora from across the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'd like to introduce the chairman of the occasion, who is going to join us from Sokoto by technology, because he's unable to join us physically at the last minute. I therefore have the singular honor and pleasure to invite the chairman of the occasion, His Eminence Mohammed Saad Abubakar III, the leader of all Nigerian Muslims and the Sultan of Sokoto, to give his chairman's opening remarks. Okay, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. Your Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, and other distinguished senior citizens of this great country, in particular this great state of Osun, other members of this colloquium here present, my most distinguished brother traditional rulers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I consider this as a great privilege and honor to be invited by His Excellency the Governor of Osun State to the colloquium marking the 30th anniversary of the creation of Osun State. I would have loved to be personally present. Other circumstances and other activities didn't allow me to be so, but I'm with you in spirit and with technology. I'm sending these greetings to all citizens of this great Osun State. I bring very good greetings and good messages from Sokoto State in particular and the entire Muslim Ummah of this great country, as you celebrate the epoch-making event marking 30 years of the creation of Osun State. Permit me to express deep appreciation to Gentleman Governor, a very humble and forward-looking person whom I have come to know over the years since he became the governor, and we worked closely for this great honor so accorded me to chair this colloquium of this state. This is an honor I do not take for granted. My invitation to this colloquium speaks to the person the governor is as a statesman, a bridge builder, and a lover of and a believer in one strong and indivisible Nigeria. It is also a proof that there is hope for this great country, and that the united, peaceful, and individual Nigeria we all desire is achievable, inshallah. I congratulate the government and the people of Osun State on the attainment of this milestone and on recording this landmark achievement, the humble older states in these 3 decades of its existence. As we celebrate the momentous event, it is very appropriate to pay glowing tributes to the founding fathers of the state, whose vision has produced talents that have given strength to the foundation they built 30 years ago. I salute the vision and insight of the military administrators and all the elected governors of the state. Their capacity to dream and to assemble talents to build an enviable and award-winning state is phenomenal and has shown in the huge achievements of the state thus far. Osun is blessed with abundant natural and human resources, but that is just the first leg of the state's measure of greatness. The second leg is the deliberate inculcation of the Omolabi ethos, which you are also proud of, and whose contents include the spirits of excellence, hard work, integrity, and peaceful men in all its citizens to serve the state meritoriously. It is therefore no surprise that in these 30 years of statehood, Osun has produced a galaxy of stars in all the sectors and areas of human endeavor. I have followed the programs of His Excellency the Governor, Governor Wetola, closely since the assumption of office. A deep thinker and a silent reformer and performer, he came into government with development agenda hinged on adequate quality policies based on inclusive governance and sustainable development. One other strategy he has also employed to further embrace inclusive governance and sustainable development is in the polity is organizing this very special colloquium as part of the program for this 30th anniversary. This colloquium is a remarkable initiative cleverly designed to catalog landmark achievements along the way, interrogate the journey so far, and project for the future. It is a significant strategy for linking the past with the present and the future to build a sustainable enterprise. I must salute the brains behind the assemblage of the distinguished panelists of this colloquium. I have no doubt that the outcome of this colloquium would provide an unprecedented platform for taking Osun State to a higher level. Once again, I congratulate the Governor of Osun State and the great people of Osun State on this 50th anniversary, on this 30th anniversary, and wish us all stimulating and rewarding session. It's now my privilege and honor to declare this colloquium open to the glory of Almighty Allah and the growth and development of Osun State. Thank you very much. May God continue to bless the state of the virtuous. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've just heard from the chairman of the occasion, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto. And from what we heard, he had very many glowing words about our governor. And it's interesting, even from Sokoto, that the light that we have here in Osun State is shining bright across the nation, and no one can seem to miss the light. A round of applause for the governor of Osun. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate 30 years of our anniversary, there are goodwill messages that we have received. Some of them will come from the house here, but we do have some goodwill messages that have been sent to us, and we'd like to play some of them back to you so you can listen and see how people have appreciated the progress we have made and the goodwill messages that they have for us. Thank you very much.
Congratulate all the citizens of this state. I congratulate them for this 30 years anniversary that we are all celebrating. So I congratulate you all. I congratulate the government, those are in the government. I congratulate all the religious bodies.
It's a great privilege and honor to be able to bring a goodwill message to the people, great people of Osun State, His Excellency Governor Oyetola, and all those who serve and who work very hard to make Osun State a beautiful, peaceful, awesome state. I'd like to first of all say, although I've traveled around the world, I feel very proud to come from Osun State.
I congratulate the entire indigenes and good people of Osun State for this great achievement, milestone achievement, that their state, we're proud to say we are now 30 years old. We will continue to put hope and give hope and sacrifice for their state in terms of growth and development. I wish each and every one of us a happy celebration. Long live our state. And I pray for all our leaders, starting from His Excellency Governor Boyega Oyetola, Ileri Oluwa himself, for God to continue to guide him, and all of his past governors that have played one way or the other a great role in developing the state. We will continue to remember you all for your giant strides and things you've done. Congratulations to each and every one of us. Osunwa ò ní bàjẹ́ o.
Start off by congratulating all the people of Osun State for the creation of our state. Creation of state is like creating building blocks for the development of an area.
At this 30th anniversary, we pray for long life, we pray for good health, we pray that by 40, all of us will be alive and say thank be to God Almighty. Once again, I want to thank you and thank all our people. I love Osun State.
Permit me to congratulate the people and government of Osun, of our state, our dear beloved state, the state of Osun, on the occasion of the state attaining 30 years after creation. Let me also seize the opportunity to appreciate the government, particularly for eventually deciding to honor Ajiborisha.
I congratulate.
Thank you very much. Those are some of the goodwill messages that we received. There are a few more that will come. And even in the House, we do have a few goodwill messages that we will take this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite to the microphone the former Attorney General and Senator of the Federal Republic, Senator Ajibola Bashiru, to give a goodwill message. Thank you.
In the name of Almighty God, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Your Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, Mr. Agboyega Oyetola, and my auntie, the wife of the Governor, First Lady of the State of Osun, I stand on the existing protocol in order to say it's a matter of joy for me to be on this podium, to be given the privilege to give a goodwill message on the colloquium marking the 30th anniversary of the state. I will say that I was an undergraduate at the University of Ilorin when the state was created in 1991. All of us, students of the newly created states from Idesha, Ife, Osun, Igbomina, we were happy, and in our own way, we celebrated the creation of the state. In the past 30 years, the state has grown in leaps and bounds. In the past 30 years, of the 9 states created on that same day in 1991, our state is one that has shown that there's benefit in giving leadership to those who are able to have the vision and of course the necessary wherewithal to realize that vision. And it is not out of accident that today we have, during this 30th anniversary, a leader that has served the state in very important capacity even before assuming the mantle of leadership. And therefore, we have an experienced administrator, a technocrat par excellence, and somebody with a large heart that has a vision of consolidating on all the achievements of the previous administration. We have a state today that is friendly in terms of civil service engagement. We have a state today that is investing massively in infrastructure development. We have a state today that is concerned about alleviation of poverty and taking the challenge of the vulnerable in society to be in the front burner of governance. We have a state today looking towards taking the challenge of security and welfare of the people. I'm delighted to be here today, and I want to say, at the risk of sounding patronizing, at the risk of sounding political, that there will be benefit in us consolidating the achievement of the present administration beyond 2022. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm greatly delighted to be part of this epochal ceremony, and I pray together we will support the present governor to ensure we take our state to greater height. I thank you all, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bashiru. We'd like to, in the same vein, invite the party chairman to come give us his goodwill message. A round of applause. Thank you very much, sir.
Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, First Lady, Deputy Governor, and the Yafi Deputy Governor, I greet you. I'd like also to rely on the existing protocol for want of time. A lot has been said about how this state has come to be. I would like to seize this opportunity to recall and give kudos to our founding fathers. at the celebration of this 30th anniversary. What quickly came to mind are the efforts of those who labored to achieve the creation of the state. I would like to mention in few. Chief Abolade was the secretary of the movement from the beginning to the end. I remember it's late, but it's worthy of being mentioned today that we are remembering 30 days. May God rest his soul. Also, I recall the role played by numerous politicians, traditional rulers that are here. Baba Ogunyan of Ejigo is a living witness to the role played by traditional rulers in the effort of creating this state. I give kudos to Professor Oluwaino, who is here seated, and many other politicians, Chief Akinwumi, and many others too numerous to mention, that have put in their numerous and fantastic effort in realizing the creation of this state. Also, Baba Orogun of Ila, late William Sayeni, was a great fighter for the creation of Osun State. I remember so many, too many to mention because of lack of time. I want to thank God for the governor we have at this 30th year's anniversary celebration in person of Governor Isiaka Adegboyega Oyetola. I pray for you. I pray for your family. I pray for you. May God give you the wisdom to continue to steer the ship of the state such that the dreams of the founding fathers will be actually realized. I remember everybody that has contributed, those military administrators, former governors, especially our political father Baba Kode, and all that have served in various capacities, deputy governors, senators in various capacities, KBSCs, Oriade Mokinyo, Ade Akpelori, Bata Akpelese, Ajubayin, fún àtìlẹ́yìn tẹ́ ń ṣe fún Ọ̀ṣun State níbikíbi tí Ọlọ́run dá yín sí, ìlú àtúbà àtúnṣe lásìkò yín. Your presence here in your numbers signifies the support you have been giving to us. May God bless you, Kabiyesi. May God bless you, everybody that is here, and those of us that God has given the opportunity to steer the ship of the state now. I pray that God will give us the grace to steer it to an enviable height. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you.
We thank you very much, Omoba Adegboyega Famodun. In the same vein, we'd like to call one of our most distinguished royal fathers, the Orogun of Ila, Oba Wahab Kayode Oyedotun, to give us his goodwill message. Thank you, sir.
Check. Check.
Gentlemen, we have 2 in 1 because our royal father, the Oluwa of Iwo, is right on his heels, and so we're going to have double portion of blessings. I'd like to give the microphone to the Orogun of Ila, Kabiyesi.
Mo kí gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lọ́kùnrin àti lóbìnrin. Ẹni àkọ́kọ́ kí ni gómìnà wa lórí náà, Gómìnà Adégbóyèga Oyètọ́lá. Mo dúró ń bí gẹ́gẹ́ bí Ọ̀ràngún, ṣùgbọ́n fún ìdí kan tàbí méjì màá gbé microphone fún Olúwo of Iwo Land.
adúpẹ́ ní ọ̀dọ̀ Ọlọ́run ọba kan ṣoṣo tí ò pé méjì, a kí Ọlọ́run púpọ̀ púpọ̀. And I would greet the Executive Governor of Osun State, Alhaji Gboyega Oyetola, the Deputy Governor, the wife of the Governor, Commissioners, Speakers, Chairman of the party, and please, I know we have more, because of time, we have more distinguished personalities here. I will stand on the existing protocol. I will use the Orogun of Ila, Babawa. I will use you to greet all the royal fathers. Moki Bogboa. Then Moki Bogboa wata wambi ba lọ́jọ́ ìní tá ń ṣe àjọyọ̀ ọdún ọgbọ̀n ọdún Ọ̀ṣun. Ọ̀túnba Chibomisore, Excellency, I greet you. Ọ̀yàn pọ̀ ẹjọ́ ẹ má bínú tí mi bá lè kí wa, ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo àwa tá ń yọ̀ fún Ọ̀ṣun lé ní mo kí wa pẹ̀lú kíkí tí ọba adẹ́dà ṣẹ̀dá yín pé a kú ọdún a kú ìyèdún, a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ pé lénìí èní ti dáa ju àná lọ. A dúpẹ́ à ń bá bọ̀ ogun táwọn bàbá wa ti ṣe a mọ̀ béèrè sí náà ni, ṣùgbọ́n lénìí ibi tí Ọ̀ṣun dé inú mi dùn. Ní tí inú mi dẹ̀ fi dùn náà ni pé a ti rí Ọ̀ṣun tuntun tó ń ṣẹ̀ bọ̀, Ọ̀ṣun tuntun tó dáa yóò dẹ̀ máa dáa sí ni. Nǹkan tí mo fi ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wípé lénìí the status quo which I love, nǹkan tí ò bá dáa tẹ́lẹ̀ tá a bá tún ṣe ó dáa. Gómìnà Gboyega Oyetola tá a fi ń ṣe 30 years on the throne lẹ́nìí. We thank God for what he has been doing, because tí ọjọ́ ìní ò bá dáa ju àná lọ kò sí bí a ṣe fẹ́. tọ́jọ́ ní ò bá dáa janá lọ kò sí bí a ṣe máa jọ lẹ́nìí, inú ìbànújẹ́ là bá wà. Ṣùgbọ́n a dúpẹ́, èmi dúpẹ́, mo dẹ̀ bọ́ Ọ̀ṣun dúpẹ́ pé ọjọ́ ọ̀la wa yóò dára ju èní lọ. A kú ọdún, a kú ìyèdún, ẹ̀mí wa yóò ṣe ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé. Mo kí Ọ̀ṣun wípé a kú oríire. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty, Oluwa of Iwo, Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I like, especially for our media, our friends, we like to plead with you to move to the edge of the stage. It's important that we clear the aisle so that, as we said before, this program is being streamed live, and would like some order so that those who are watching from outside can have a clear view. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the Oluwa was speaking as a royal father, and on behalf of other royal fathers already seated, we also had the distinct pleasure of the arrival of the Onirisha, or Nyovife, Ọba Enitan Adeyeye Ogunwusi Ojaja II. Now that Kabiyesi has joined us, and we were just at the point of finishing off the goodwill messages, even though we already had him on tape, but now that we have the distinct pleasure of his physical presence, we'd like to have another royal goodwill message from the Onirisha. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take the microphone to Kabiyesi. Kabiyesi will give us
mo kí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ bíbí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lótìtọ́ lódodo ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ó ti dára àpẹẹrẹ náà ni nǹkan tá a rí wẹ́rẹ́ yìí mo kí gómìnà wa ọmọlúàbí àṣewẹ́rẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ ni wọ́n ránṣẹ́ lọ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun dẹ̀ ní tẹ̀síwájú mo kí igbákejì wọn mo kí gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe ojú wa ní Àbújá inú mi dùn púpọ̀ láti rí gbogbo yín Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á máa bá mi dúró tì yín ẹ ṣé ẹ kú àdúró tì gómìnà mo kí alukoro ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun náà mo kí gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ ìyá wa mo kí yín o ẹ ṣé ẹ kú tọ́jú gómìnà mo rí pé gómìnà wa ṣe ń tàn mọ́lẹ̀ sí i lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ìmọ́lẹ̀ yín kò ní wọ̀ lókun lágbára Ọlọ́run aago 11 ni mo rò pé ètò máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n ní gómìnà wa tètè dé torí a mọ̀ pé gómìnà wa máa ń fi tó bá ti sọ pé aago báyìí ni aago báyìí náà ni ara ìlọsíwájú ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun náà ni ẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún gómìnà wa. gómìnà wa elétò wọ́n mọ ètò yẹn ṣe dáadáa ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ tún bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn dáadáa. ẹ tinú wọn bá dùn sí gómìnà wa ni ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ yẹn dáadáa o. mo kí gbogbo orí adé tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ àti gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun mo ti rí gbogbo yín Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè àtúmọ̀ wọn bá mi dúró tì yín gómìnà wa tí a bá tọ̀ sí ojú kan ó máa ń ru ni ọgbọ̀n ọdún tí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun pélé ní àwọn kan ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí kọ èdè ibi tí wọ́n tún kọ èdè yìí ẹ̀yin náà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹni àkọ́kọ́ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ẹ tún tukọ̀ ẹ̀ lọ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á bá wa gbé dé ibi tí ó ti dáa púpọ̀ púpọ̀ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun èmi nígbàgbọ́ pé ó ti dáa tẹ́ bá wo iwájú tẹ́ bá wo ẹ̀yìn mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gómìnà wa tó ń fi ọgbọ́n ṣe é tí ìnira ò pọ̀ ní ìgboro mo mọ̀ pé tí Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè bá tún gbà fún wọn jù báyìí lọ wọ́n máa ṣe jù báyìí lọ ṣùgbọ́n fún ọgbọ̀n ọdún tá a pé mo fẹ́ rọ̀ yín pé ọwọ́ ìfẹ́ tí ẹ máa ń nà mo dẹ̀ tún fẹ́ kẹ́ ẹ nà sí irú ọjọ́ òní gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú pátápátá àtàwọn tó ń bá yín ṣe àtàwọn tó ń bá yín ṣe gbogbo wọn ló yẹ kó wà ń bí torí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ó ju gbogbo wa lọ kí là ń jà fún lọ́rọ̀ òṣèlú ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ó ju gbogbo wa lọ lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun á túbọ̀ máa yẹ wá o mo wá fi ọgbọ̀n ọdún tá à ń pélé ní mo fi ń rọ̀ yín pé bí ẹ ṣe ń kó ara wájú èrò ẹ̀yìn lọ́tún lọ́sì tẹ̀ ń kó wọn mọ́ra inú mi dùn pé sẹ́nitọ̀ wa Olúọmọ láti Ifẹ̀ náà wà kalẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń nawọ́ ọ̀fẹ́ yẹn káàkiri kẹtúbọ̀ jọ̀wọ́ Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè àtúbọ̀ máa fún yín ní ipá lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè àmọ́ pé kò sí igi tó lè dá igbó ṣe Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ kẹ́yìn pẹ̀lú sùúrù púpọ̀ púpọ̀ ẹni tó bá ní sùúrù ó ti jogun ayé Ọlọ́run fi sùúrù ó yọ̀ǹda ẹ̀ fún yín mo wá fẹ́ rọ̀ yín pé ní ọgbọ̀n ọdún tá pé yìí àtẹn tí ò bá yín ṣe àtẹn tó ń bá yín ṣe ẹ̀yin kẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹ̀ kọ́kọ́ ṣe ti yín pé ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yìí tí ó jẹ́ pójú wa lọ àti nawọ́ ọ̀fẹ́ sí yín o mo dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé àdúrà yín á túbọ̀ máa gbà sí lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ara ò ní ní ìran ọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ òsùnkú àti dẹ̀rí ara ò ní ní o àbàtà báyìí gbogbo ìran wọn báyìí bẹ̀tẹ̀bẹ̀tẹ̀ ló máa ń rí o lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ẹ máa lọ láti ìpàdé ipá o porogodo ayé ò ní lù fún yín jó ẹ ó máa mọ̀ ọ́ ṣe lórúkọ gbogbo orí adé tó wà ń bí mo kí gbogbo yín o ẹ ṣe ẹkú àdúró tí ẹkú àpọ́nlé torí pé ìjọ àwọn ọba ìjọ wa náà ni lágbára Ọlọ́run ẹ jẹ́ ká túbọ̀ máa dúró ti gómìnà wa gbogbo nǹkan mèremère tá a fẹ́ kí ó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè á jẹ́ kó ṣojú ẹ̀mí gbogbo wa o lágbára Ọlọ́run gbogbo àwọn ọmọ táwa náà bí sílẹ̀ torí wípé Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè ò ní jẹ́ ká jẹ ayé àwọn ọmọ wa máa yé lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè torí nǹkan rere náà ni a fẹ́ kí wọ́n bá mo dẹ̀ ní ìgbàgbọ́ pé kì í ṣe pé ètò Ọlọ́run náà ní pé tó lè jẹ́ pé lásìkò àṣewẹ́rẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ gómìnà wa ọmọlúàbí ìlérí Olúwa ní a pé ọgbọ̀n ọdún mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ kí a mọ ìyàtọ̀ ọgbọ̀n ọdún yìí sí nǹkan tí ó dára kò di dandan pé a bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣayẹyẹ àríyá àti arìnrìn tó lẹ̀ rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́ mo fẹ́ bí ìṣe kẹ́kọ́ sílẹ̀ ni gbogbo ẹni tó ti ṣe gómìnà rí ó wà láyé o àbí pé ó ti lọ́jọ́ lọ́hún pè gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú bóyá wọ́n bá ń ṣe ni o àbọ̀ wọ́n bá ń ṣe ẹ̀nàwọ́ ọ̀fẹ́ sí wọn ìfẹ́ àìṣẹ̀tàn agbára Ọlọ́run a máa bá yín lọ o gbogbo àdáwọ́lé yín á máa yọrí sí rere o mo kí gbogbo wa kú oríire ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ayẹ̀wá o ayẹ̀wá tọmọtọmọ iṣẹ́ wa ò ní dìṣẹ́ mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ o gbogbo àdáwọ́lé wa á máa yọrí sí rere o lágbára Ọlọ́run Olódùmarè yìí tí ò tó nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ó ń bọ̀ wá pọ̀ sí i o gbogbo ohun tí mo wí àràárọ̀ mọ́ o ẹ ṣe púpọ̀ a kú oríire.
As to be expected, the Onirisha was full of prayers and benediction for Osun, for our governor, and for all of us. Àdúrà tó ń gbà fún wa mọ́ wa lóró. Thank you very much, Onirisha. Ladies and gentlemen, we also, as it were, as it appears, we are on the side of the source, and therefore right after the Onirisha, I'd like to call another pillar of the source, Senator Iyola Omishore, to give his goodwill message.
Your Excellency, the Governor of the State of Osun, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, Your Excellency, the wife of the Governor, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Osun State, Mr. Benedict Alabi, and Her Excellency, the wife of the Deputy Governor. Kábíyèsí Ọọ̀ni, mo kí yín kú ohun ẹ̀dẹ̀ káàbọ̀. Mo tún kí àwọn kábíyèsí sí yòókù tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀ pé kú ìjókòó ẹ̀kú ọdún. Torí pé ọgbọ̀n ọdún yìí ọdún gbogbo wa ni, àti ti kábíyèsí àti tìjọba àti àwa tá wà ní ìjọba tá wà níta. This is a collective 30th anniversary for all of us. The Speaker, mo kí Speaker, the senators, House of members, Senator Osun East, that's the PDP senator from Osun East, is represented here as well. Mukie Roko, Prof, Mukie Kukale. Well, 30 years is not a small lifespan in anybody's life. Whoever sees 30 years is a milestone in any age. No matter how old you may be, it actually cannot be ignored. And when we got here this morning, I watched the video and the documentary. I saw all the governors, the past previous governors of different political parties who have been celebrated. I saw lead governor Isaac Adeleke, President Aguso Yoyola, all of them were celebrated before and initially when we got in here. And when I saw different interest groups, I saw that this state is collective for all of us, and we have all imbibed in this state. The governor of Osun State has been working like rain. That is because of his intellect and his steadfastness and patience, he was to cut across all the interest groups in this state. His first job was the refurbishment and the rehabilitation of Okegada Ede, which you all know is a major PDP town in this state. So that shows the breadthness and the coalition of the government of the state. So I want to salute his courage for bringing us together. Anniversary is for all of us across the party lines. That is why you can see the PDP senator represented, if senator represented the Accord Party, and other interest groups in this place. So Mudupalo Woype Equito, Equatoshi. We're going to put it together now. 30 years is not a joke. The state has progressed gradually. A 30-year-old child must by now be married. Do I need, you know? So Osun State, but you marry by. So we are going to have grandchildren very soon. So I salute the College of the Governor for his universal administration, for his political administration, and the political connectivity of the people of this state. May God give him wisdom to enrich and to project further to this state. And God will allow him to project further and consolidate his good works in the past, in the years to come. I thank you all for coming and identifying with this state. I salute the College of the Governor. I salute the College of the people of this state and the stakeholders of this state too. I can see Osun Development Forum, ODF, our Professor Oluwaina, Shegun Aina, Professor Shibabuaba. These are all political interest groups too. So God bless you all and thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Senator Iyola Omishori. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, everybody seems to have been talking beautifully about the governor. But who wouldn't? Because as they say, a good thing always finds acknowledgement. And if we recall what the Sultan was saying a little while ago, it reminds me of the saying, and to the governor, that the only time you should ever look back is to see how far you've come, not to look at the calls of naysayers. And that just because the past taps on your shoulder, it doesn't mean you have to look back. So, as Kabiyesi Onirisha also said, we've come to learn that the only time that, the best time to have a debate within the family is when everybody has food in their mouth, because then there won't be too much argument. And as Senator Yola Omisore just mentioned, you are one person that has brought everybody together across political divides, social divides, and whatever other divides. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the authority to call the Speaker of the Osun State House of Assembly to give us his own goodwill message from the legislature. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Speaker Oweye, thank you very much.
I recognize our amiable governor, the chief commander of Amotekun, the good manager of human and material resources, Ogbeni Isiaq Boyega Oyetola and your amiable wife, the deputy governor, my friend and my brother, Mr. Benedict Boyega Alabi and your amiable wife, all the distinguished personalities that are here present, members of the National Assembly, my colleagues in the House of Assembly, our royal fathers. I use the contact of Onirisha to recognize all the Kabiyesis that are here present. Our former senator, Senator Yola Omisore, and our Baba, Professor Oluwaina, the former Minister of Health, Professor Adewale, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to stand before you this morning to celebrate the 38th anniversary of our dear state. We are here today to celebrate growth and development of the entire people of Osun. On that day, August 1991, when Osun was created from state of Oyo, mind you, Mr. Speaker must be heard in silence. We were all happy. If not because of that creation, it won't surprise you. It will be very difficult to have a motorable road to Iragbiji.
a motorable road to Ilesha, a motorable road to Ife. But thank God that we have witnessed unprecedented development across the state. Apart from the fact that creation of state or local government is a way of bringing development closer to people, it depends on the leaders. When an husband and a wife, they may decide to have just 2 children. Some may decide to have 4 for a purpose or purposes. But in Osun, if not because of the birth of this state, looking at the tremendous and geometric progression we have witnessed in state capital in terms of development. Even in 2007, when I became one of the honorable members, minority leader then, people will be chasing you, honorable, come and do this, come and buy this. Inside you, you may be thinking, in this bush. But now, considering the level of development in this state, you can hardly get a land or a plot within Osogbo today. That is the work and determination of the leaders or those who have piloted the affairs of this state. I congratulate all of you. And I will not fail to mention that in the state of Osun House of Assembly, since inception in 1991, both the second assembly, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh assembly to date, we have passed 144 bills into law for the development of this state. I thank God that looking at the numbers of governors who have governed this state, you will all believe it means that progressive have been on top. And today, we have a governor who is passionate about development, who is determined to take this state to the next level, who is determined to make all things possible for the state to grow. Our governor, apart from the fact that we are celebrating Osun, we are celebrating you. Because God has made it possible for you to surprise your enemies. Those who believe that it will be very difficult for you to govern this state, see what we are experiencing today. We are experiencing peace, harmony, peaceful coexistence among the tiers of government. I congratulate you, and I congratulate all our KBSCs and our founding fathers, those who have fought for the creation of this state. In a lighter mood, when the state was about to be created, we from Ijesha, we believed that we are going to get the capital. Likewise, Ife. Yes, I'm telling you the truth. But unfortunately, for Ife and Ijesha, when Babangida mentioned Osun, they said Osogbo. We were all surprised. But thank God today, we are all living together as a one big family. I congratulate all of you.
We thank you, Right Honorable Timothy Oweye. Since the state capital you not go to Ilesha, you two move to Osogbo. To Bawa Jembe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, typical of the inclusive and participatory governance style of our governor, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, he believes all arms must work together. And we have seen evidence already that the legislature, both the national and state legislature, have participated and come here to speak and to show solidarity with his government. I therefore like to invite the representative of the Chief Judge, Honorable Justice Oyebola Adepele Ojo, to come and give felicitation on behalf of the judiciary. I therefore like to call Honorable Justice Yinka Afolabi to speak on behalf of the Chief Judge. My Lord.
The Executive Governor of Osun State, the Executive Governor of Osun State, the wife of the Governor, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Osun State, and the wife. Other protocols duly observed. I'm standing in for the Honorable Chief Judge of Osun State, Oyebola Adepele Ojo, who is unavoidably absent because the judiciary in Osun State, we are presently on vacation. But looking at the celebration that is to take place today, we deem it fit to have representation to felicitate with the governor of Osun State, and it is our prayer that the state will continue to grow from strength to strength. Peace shall reign in our state. Well, my brother, the Right Honorable Speaker was speaking the other time. He said Osun State was created from state of Oyo. Well, we should go down memory lane. The first thing we had was Western region. Subsequently, we had Western State. Thereafter, they were divided into several states: Oyo, Ogun, Ondo, Lagos, and so on and so forth. From Oyo State, we have Osun State. So, Honorable Speaker, Osun State was created out of Oyo State. But in Osun State, we try to rewrite history. It is still a good history because some are American students. They knew the reason why they called it State of Osun. But there is an excellent judgment of a court of the judiciary in Osun State that has declared that thing illegal, null and void. Mr. Governor, sir, we thank you for the physical development of the state. We thank you for your contribution to the economic development of this state. We thank you for your development of human resources. We only implore you to continue in that light. You have a number of years to spend on the seat. But our prayer is you must succeed. You cannot afford to fail. I do not claim to be a politician because I'm not one. But all men are political animals. So in this wise, the legislature has been developed. The executive has been developed. Physical structures have been developed. Economic basis has been set up. Mr. Governor, the judiciary must be looked after. Congratulations.
That is what we call the judiciary as a marketing force. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have many of our distinguished citizens that want to make a comment or the other, but time is beginning to affect us a bit. And therefore, I would only be able to take one more and final intervention before we go on to the event proper. It's my pleasure, therefore, to invite a world-class academic and economist who is an indigene of our state and our proud export to the world, Emeritus Professor Ademola Oyejide.
Thank you. Mo kí wa kú kalẹ̀ o. A kú sùúrù àtàtàárọ̀. A kú ọdún. Ẹ̀mí ó ṣe púpọ̀ ẹ̀. Èmi wá jẹ́rìí ni. Mo wá jẹ́rìí pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìdàgbàsókè ti ṣẹlẹ̀ láti ìgbà tá a dá ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun sílẹ̀. Bóyá a lè mọ̀mọ́ oríṣiríṣi ibi tí ìdàgbàsókè ti ṣẹlẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn tó ṣáájú mi láti sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n ní àti ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀nà tuntun tó ṣe rìn. Wọ́n ti bá wa kọ́ iléèwé, wọ́n kọ́ ilé ìwòsàn. Gbogbo eléyìí ele ó wúlò láti mú ìdàgbàsókè wá. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá fẹ́ wo kí ni ìdàgbàsókè jẹ́ sí, kì í ṣe àwọn èèyàn nìkan la máa wò, á wò lára àwọn èèyàn Ọ̀ṣun. Ǹjẹ́ àtìníláàrí sí i? Ǹjẹ́ àti rí bá ti ṣe sí i? Ǹjẹ́ ìlera wa ó sunwọ̀n sí i? Ìyẹn tí mo fẹ́ sọ ń pa ẹnìyẹn. Torí ńgbà míì téèyàn bá tẹ náwó tí ò bá yọ, á rí lára àwọn tí ó wà nú ẹbí yẹn tàbí tó ń gbé ìlú yẹn. Mo fẹ́ fi yé wa pé tá a bá wo iye àwọn tí ò níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́ nínú gbogbo àwọn tó ń gbé ìpínlẹ̀ kan, tá a bá sì wo gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ tó wà ní Nàìjíríà, ǹjẹ́ mọ̀ pé tí Ọ̀ṣun ló kéré jù? Kí ló fà lé? Torí pé a ní àwọn tó ń tu ọkọ̀ ìjọba wa tó múṣẹ́ wọn ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́. Wọ́n fi mọ̀ pé kí ìlú tòrò kárí bá ti ṣe kálálàáfíà ó jẹ wọ́n lógún, wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ fún wa. Tá a bá wo ọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ ajé, a rí i pé láàrin gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ tó wà ní Nàìjíríà, àwa náà máa mókè, a sì ń pò kíní, ṣùgbọ́n a jìnnà sísàlẹ̀. Kí ló dé tá a sì ń pò kíní? Tá a bá wo ilẹ̀ tá a ní
àti iye èèyàn tá a ní kò yẹ ká nàgà síbẹ̀ wọn. àtòbí tó kó àti nílé iṣẹ́ ajé tó ti bí tèkó ṣùgbọ́n ìwọ̀n tá a ní agbìyànjú. gbogbo àwa tá a jẹ́ ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun àdúrà mo fẹ́ ká máa gbà pé ká máa rí àwọn olórí tí ó rí bí bàbá tó kó àjọ lónìí tí ó fi gbogbo ara ṣiṣẹ́ torí kí àwọn ọmọ Ọ̀ṣun ká lè mọ̀ tí ó ran àgbẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ tí ó ran àwọn oníṣẹ́ ọwọ́ kéékèé lọ́wọ́ tí ó fi ẹ̀kọ́ dáadáa yé ọmọ wa tí ó fún ọ ní ìwòsàn tó dájú. gbogbo eléyìí tí ò bá sí ọ̀gá olùtọ́jú gómìnà rere kì í ṣẹlẹ̀ o torí aríbòmíì tó jẹ́ pé owó ìjọba pàápàá àpò ẹni tó bá ń ṣe akápò ìjọba ní ọmọ gbé ṣùgbọ́n lọ́sùn àsoríire torí náà bá a ṣe ń kíra wa kú ọdún ẹ jẹ́ ká máa tọrọ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run ó fún àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ tó ń yọ yìí ó fún ẹlẹ́mìí gígùn tí gbogbo wa ká sì jùmọ̀ sọwọ́pọ̀ pẹ̀lú wọn kí iṣẹ́ kó lè máa dáa. ọdún 30 péré la ti ṣe àsọpọ̀ ẹ̀ o pẹ̀lú àlàáfíà àtàrà líle gómìnà wa àkú ọdún o ṣe ìsàmọ́dún o èyí tẹ̀ ń wó lókè Ọlọ́run ó jẹ́ òṣèṣe.
Thank you very much, sir. Prof. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I said, there are a couple of other people who want to send their goodwill messages, but we've got to move on and then come back to the goodwill messages if time permits. I therefore want us to move on the program, ladies and gentlemen, and this is where we're going to have some kind of response and a push forward by the chief host of today's event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, rural fathers, it's my pleasure to welcome to the podium His Excellency, the Governor of Osun State, or the State of Osun, depending on what side you are, Mr. Adegboyega Oyetola, to come and give his governor's remarks. No, okay.
To God be the glory. I recognize my wife, Mrs. Kafayat Olaiton Oyetola. My deputy, Olugboyega Alabi, and his amiable wife. Our keynote speaker, our leader and former governor of our state, Chief Adib, who I believe must have joined us virtually.
former Deputy Governor, Senator Iyole Omishore, I recognize you. Members of the National Assembly that are here, particularly Senator Ajibola Bashir and Senator Adelere Oriolowo. The Speaker of Osun House of Assembly, Right Honorable Timothy Oweye, who remarked that he would have preferred the capital being in Ilesha. Never mind. When we create Ilesha State, they have a capital. Former speakers and serving and former honorable members who are here, the Chief Judge of our state, ably represented by Honorable Justice Olayinka David Afolabi. Thank you. Other honorable judges that are here, I recognize all of you. The chairman of this occasion, our highly revered Sultan of Sokoto, His Eminence Muhammad Sa'ad Abubakar III. Thank you so much for being there for us all the time. Our Kabiyesi, the Ooni of Ife, His Imperial Majesty Oba Adeyeye Enitogunsi Ojaja II. Daddy Pelorio, I use our Kabiyesi as a point of contact to all the royal fathers. Eshe Eku Adotio, Eku Orire, SSG Chief of Staff, DCOS, Head of Service, other members of the State Executive Council that are here, the chairman of the only progressive party in Africa, Prince Boyega Famodu. Thank you. Other state party executives that are here, our leaders in APC, starting from the chairman of Ibimagba, Engineer Shola Akinwumi. I've seen Alhaji Alao, and other leaders that are here. Pardon me if I can't recognize you one by one. PS, GM, executive secretaries that are here. The retired head of service and PS that are here, I recognize you, congratulations. Members of the academia, distinguished service commanders, chairmen of local government, SCDA and area council, the moderator, Professor Niyi Akinaso. It's good to have you here. Thank you for being there always. Heads of tertiary and financial institutions that are here. Other political functionaries, distinguished panelists, religious and labor leaders, members of the First Lady Entourage, Iyalojas and Babalojas. I don't see so many of them here today. Members of the various social and political groups, distinguished personalities, most especially Professor Oluaino, Professor Ademola Oyejide, and Professor Isaac Adewale. I recognize all of you. Security operatives, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly elated to welcome you all to the colloquium segment of the 30th anniversary of our dear state. It is a great pleasure that I welcome the chairman of this event, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Sa'ad Abubakar III, to this intellectual exercise and to thank him for accepting to share this occasion and indeed for being a lover of good governance and an advocate for justice. May I also deeply appreciate His Eminence, the Sultan, for his leadership style, firm stand on religious tolerance, and commitment to the peace and unity of Nigeria. On behalf of the government and the people of Osun, I express deep gratitude to His Eminence for this rare gesture. Intellectualism is regarded all over the world as the foundation for success in any human endeavor. This colloquium has therefore been designed as the intellectual arm of the 30th anniversary of our state to interrogate the performances of the state so far, examine possible gaps, and project for a sustainable future they all crave for as a people and desire to bequeath to our posterity. It is therefore a period to bask in the reality that we have been able to create the future we intend to deliver. I deeply appreciate our founding fathers for their vision and foresight, and my predecessors in office for their tireless effort to build a state that is befitting of the dream of their forebears and for striving to create a prosperous future for our generations yet unborn. At 30, Osun has become a full and homegrown entity, surmounting its challenges with stoic resilience, dreaming dreams, watching them fulfilled across sectors, and winning awards along the way. Over these years, we have won local and international laurels across sectors, including 2 critical sectors, security and health. Our children and youth have achieved milestones, our workforce has won awards, and our citizens have held their own as diligent and peaceful people across the nation and the world. We have in these 3 decades demonstrated that our people are most precious resource. As a state, we can look back and beat our chest and say we are a proud father of a young state that we were 30 years ago. Indeed, our huge human and natural resources, our determination to look inward to be who and what we are configured to be, and our malleable ethos, which defines and delivers best in us, are indicators that we have for a better and more prosperous Osun in the next 30 years and beyond. As an administration, we have instituted this colloquium to celebrate our shared values and our collective resolve that we have delivered the Osun that we desire, and to give vent to our dream to prosecute our development agenda, which is our strategy and roadmap to put our dear state on the path of sustainable development. This strategy informed the theme of this colloquium, Osun at 30, celebrating a milestone, building a prosperous future. Conscious of the place of intellectualism in human institutional accomplishment, we have assembled heads with hands-on experience in governance, development, economy, and other key sectors to examine our attainments, interrogate contemporary issues, and provide us with contemporary skills and competencies that we require to put Osun on autopilot of governance and development. I thank our distinguished panelists and moderators for laying their experiences at our doorsteps in the interest of the people of Osun. We are confident that just as the foundation laid by our forefathers 30 years ago has earned us an available place in the national and international space, our decision to lay bricks of contemporary governance structures will be a prosperous and sustainable future. The people are the creators and owners of governance and democracy. As a responsible government, we came into office with a vow to give back to the people of Osun inclusive governance, strong institutions, efficient service delivery, and a strong democracy. The end result is the delivery of adequate, equitable, and quality service across sectors. The road to the future that we desire as a people is in taking service to the doorstep of our people in the cities, towns, and remotest villages. We shall seek, find, and redeem the indigent, children, and the vulnerable among us to make them useful for themselves and humanity, and to contribute to the development of the state. We shall continue to give them, as well as the generality of our people, quality, equitable health care, welfare, education, opportunities, and possibilities. The purpose of the Osun Economy Summit, the Investment Promotion Agency, and all economic and development programs that we put in place when we resume office is to transform and revolutionize our economy to give a better life to our people and set them and the state on the path of peace and prosperity. This 30th anniversary is the end of a phase and the beginning of another, the beginning of a sustainable governance and development, the beginning of a new era for a generation of Osun citizens that will ride on the wings of knowledge, technology, and entrepreneurship to realize their potential, shut the door against unemployment, create wealth, and radically transform the economy of the state. Our children and youth are our strength on this journey. They are the face of our development agenda, which is designed to build a prosperous and sustainable future. I commit and commend this colloquium to them, which shall weave relevant and workable strategies around the outcome of today's engagement and add them to the compendium of our development bank to make them drivers of our vision. The race to a sustainable, prosperous Osun starts now. I invite all the good people of Osun to join us. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We have just had the marching order from the governor about the need to start the new phase in the life of our state after the first 30 years. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the kernel of the event, the colloquium that has been put together today to discuss on the theme of celebrating a milestone and building a prosperous future. As I mentioned earlier on, and I think the Chief of Staff also mentioned it, this event has been streamlined on several platforms, and we have already had a lot of interventions on YouTube, on WhatsApp, on Zoom, and several other platforms on Facebook. And this continues. Even as we speak, some people are waking up in distant places in the Americas, in Canada, in the UK, and joining us in participating in this event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the colloquium proper. I therefore move on to the introduction of the panel. Thank you.
Professor Niyi Akinaso. Professor Akinaso, member of the Federal Republic, is a celebrated Nigerian scholar and a retired professor of linguistics at the Temple University, Philadelphia, USA. He currently chairs the Professorial Associates and writes a widely followed column for the Nation newspaper. Dr. Segun Aino, Officer of the Federal Republic, is the chairman, Osun Development Association, and president, Fintech Associates Limited. Dr. Yemi Farumbi, Officer of the Order of Niger, is a distinguished broadcaster of over 5 decades. He served as Nigeria's ambassador to the Republic of the Philippines. Mr. Mahmoud Jega is the editor-in-chief of 21st Century Chronicle. He is a widely respected columnist and a former chairman of the Daily Trust editorial board. Professor Shinyo Oyeweso is a distinguished professor of history and former Executive Director, Center for Black Culture and International Understanding, Oshobo. Mr. Babajide Kolade Otitoju is the Group Head, Current and Public Affairs at TVC Communications. He's a senior political commentator on one of Nigeria's most noted current affairs and political analysis programs, which airs daily on TVC News. Mr. Steve Nwosu is a journalist, media administrator, and media consultant. He writes a celebrated column called Frank Talk. He's currently the managing director and editor-in-chief of Express Publications Limited. Zainab Okino is a notable public affairs analyst and the current chairperson, editorial board of the Blueprint newspaper. Otumba Titilayo Laoye Tomori, a widely respected educationist and management expert, served as the deputy governor of Osun State. Professor Banji Oyelaran Oyeyinka, Nigeria's first professor of technological and policy innovation, is currently the special advisor on industrialization to the president of the African Development Bank. Dr. Ruben Abati, one of Nigeria's most respected public intellectuals, currently co-hosts a popular Arise TV show. He served as official spokesperson to former President Goodluck Jonathan. Ms. Bamidele Ademola Olateju, creative writer, thought leader, and verified social media influencer, is a member of the Premium Times editorial board, and she writes a weekly column on politics and socio-economic issues.
As indicated earlier, we have 4 of the panelists online already. Ruben Abati, Olateju, Professor Shion, and a few others. Mahmoud Jega are online with us, but they will be coming in the second part. In the meantime, before Professor Akinaso takes on, we'd just like to mention quickly that the senator representing, the Senator Francis Fadaunsi is being represented here by Right Honorable Roku Oyewole. Thank you very much. Prof, over to you, sir.
With the kind permission of the governor of the state, panelists have granted immunity from observing protocol. Therefore, take established protocols as assumed and go straight to our activity. The first major event for now is the keynote speech by Chief B.C. Akande, who will be joining us virtually. Over to Chief B.C. Akande's keynote speech.
Your Excellency, Mr. Debuega Oyetola, let me use your high position to express my respect to the traditional rulers and my regards to the political leaders who have been celebrating with us and who are hereby present among us today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I feel most honored being asked to make a keynote address at this year's Milestone Colloquium, being the 30th anniversary of the creation of Osun State. Although, because I'm not in Nigeria at present, it is not possible for me to read this address physically among you today. But it is my hope that whatever I now present to you may still be adopted for review and consideration by our noble discussants at this event. The recent history is that from the beginning, there was Ife division made up of Ife, Ilesha, and Ila kingdoms called native authorities, merged with part of old Oyo Empire to become Oyo province. And there was an Ibadan native authority of 1893 created from Oyo kingdom by the British, which was later branded as a division alongside Oyo and Ife divisions within the same Oyo province that became Oyo State in 1976. When the Ibadan division assumed the provincial status, an Osun division within the old Ibadan native authority also came into being around 1950. It is the Osun division minus the old Ogbomoso native authority, which is now merged with the old Ife, Ilesha, and Ila native authorities by the military to become Osun State in 1991. That was how Osun State was said to have been carved out of old Oyo State 30 years ago. Today, the same association of communities is being celebrated as another milestone in history. I am personally privileged to have participated at one time or the other in the building of the La Local Government Native Authority as a councillor, in the building of Oyo State as the secretary to the government and as the deputy governor, and in the building of Osun State as the governor between 1999 and 2003. In those pioneering periods, some sort of foundation must have been laid, and leadership must have been confronted by and must have interrogated the planning and the structure of such foundation. And for those who understand the planning and the architecture of governance, people ought to have been put at the center of such foundation. The man, together with his family, forms a nucleus of a community, and such community among whom a primary school can be founded and sustained should be regarded by any authority as a unit of development. In my days, we lived and farmed in thick forests among people in clusters of villages, not very far apart. Any of these clusters of villages, within a walking distance, say within a diameter of 3 kilometers, that can raise and own a primary school, ought therefore to be regarded as a rural development unit. In the township and cities too, any such street or group of streets within similar distances that can also raise a primary school will similarly be regarded as a unit of urban development. An optimum community is a definable people's settlement capable of raising and sustaining a minimum of a standard secondary school. By a standard secondary school, we are talking of a youth educational secondary institution with minimum of 2 arm or maximum of 4 arm classes from JS1 to SS3, where a classroom is constituted of about 35 pupils. In other words, such secondary institution will accommodate a student population of between 420 and 840 youths. In this way, community development architecture should reasonably be designed to target people around every corridor of such standard secondary schools, which become the nucleus of an optimum community and a major development unit. What we are trying to say, therefore, is that all rural or urban people-oriented development projects must target such centers described above as development units or as optimum communities. Any development projects that are otherwise cited or directed outside such development centers are deemed to be dubious. And dubious projects had always created and instigated radicalized society that may become scampering and panicking around our jungles as bandits and kidnappers, and around our towns and cities as urchins, vagabonds, and pimps. In the wisdom of the writers of the Nigerian Constitution, primary schools are assigned as part of local government responsibilities. It is therefore recommended that all local government development projects should target the population around every primary school locations. All roads leading to every primary school must therefore be constructed and maintained by the local government within which the school operates. And the primary school vicinity must also attract local government clean water supply, electricity and energy, health facilities, housing and sanitation services, and agro-allied activities, etc. In the same manner, the state that assumed responsibility for the secondary schools will also be expected to design government budgets, to cite projects, to target the essential needs of happiness of the people around the primary and secondary schools in the optimum communities within its boundaries. And there shall be an all-round and even rural and urban community developments within the state. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish you fruitful conversations and deliberations at this Colloquium. Thank you.
We've all listened to Chief Akanje's inspiring keynote speech. The speech actually has two thematically linked parts. There is the historical part, which talks about how units, political units like native authorities and divisions were combined to form the old Oyo State, and then Osun State was carved out of Oyo State. The second part focuses on what he calls units of development. And his recommendation is that we use primary and secondary schools and the surrounding communities as units of development. What that implies is that when you build a road to the school, you are also building a road for members of the community. Whatever infrastructural development reaches the school passes through the community. That's the whole idea behind that. But I must say that there are also other units of development that will equally satisfy some of those requirements. For instance, we have mineral resources. In order to exploit those resources, you have to build roads. You have to have infrastructure there. There are tourist sites as well. We even have the palaces of our monarchs, which could be taken as targets of development. But even more importantly, politically, we have wards and local governments. I just give an example. Within the last almost 3 years now, this administration has built or renovated 332 primary health centers, one in each ward. So in that regard, the ward is equally a very good target of development. Having said that, we have a panel of 10 to discuss the various parts of the keynote speech and other sectors of development in Osun. Some will be talking about infrastructure, some will be talking about education, and we have others who actually will be talking about the future, how we can build on what we have now to have a prosperous future. The panel is divided into two groups. As you can see, there's a group of 5 on stage. These are the people who will be talking to us first. And then the second part will be addressing us from across the world. We have one in Atlanta, we have one in Canada, and we have others scattered throughout the country. We have strict turn-taking rules, and we have time limit, which is 5 minutes. Unlike the political introductions, this is an intellectual event, and we want to keep it as such. The first person to speak will be our ambassador, Ambassador Farumbi. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm particularly excited by the fact that in his keynote address, His Excellency Bisi Akade has spoken about the need to use the concept of Opticum to change the trajectory and direction of development and growth of Osun State. Opticum means optimum community. This was a concept developed by Professors Tunji Aboyade and Akin Mabogwije of University of Ibadan and adopted by the Unity Party of Nigeria. It was the instrument the UPN intended to use to implement its fourth cardinal point, and that is full integrated rural development. It was also the strategy that the UPN used to deliver optimum welfare services to the maximum number of people. Whether based on the primary school or secondary school, the Opticum is to make available, particularly at rural areas all over the state, the services that those in urban areas enjoy, such as electricity, potable water, primary health facilities, good roads, and good education. Over the past 30 years, successive governments in Osun State have tried to provide good roads, and I think this government is doing so also. They have attempted to provide good schools, either as primary school or secondary or even at tertiary level. They have made efforts to provide even housing for teachers in rural areas. They have tried to provide electricity through the rural electrification program, through building of mini dams and refurbishing of existing dams. They have attempted to provide potable water for the people of Osun State. They have tried to provide primary health care, and as you just said, this government has done wonderfully well by making primary health care facilities available at every ward in Osun State. There have been commendable efforts to re-energize the farm settlements. It is true that some of these services may not be optimum yet. It is also true that some of the delivery may not be at the maximum number of people yet. But what is important is that efforts have been made and new paths have been charted for development. While the local and state, the optimum concept also presupposes that members of the community will come together and take collective action and generate solutions to common problems. While local and state governments can carry most of the burden of provision of infrastructures, the civic leaders, the activists, the involved citizens, the network individuals within the communities must play active roles in bringing growth and development. A very vital area in which these people can serve is the creation of small and medium-scale enterprises. These small and medium-scale enterprises, could be industries, they could be financial and hospitality services, they could be tertiary education centers, and so on. Experience elsewhere has shown how important SMEs can be. In the US, for example, the SMEs contribute 57% of the GDP. In Japan, the SMEs constitute 99.7% of all the businesses in the country, and they contribute 53% of the GDP. The World Bank says that in the emerging economies, the SMEs constitute 90% of all businesses, and they can contribute up to 40% of the GDP. Of course, the local and state government cannot be responsible for the establishment of SMEs. They can only provide the facilitating environment. They can also mobilize, motivate the elements already identified to take up responsibility as change agents that will crystallize such SMEs. I noted, for example, that the governor and everybody is wearing a dire. Do you know what that means? It means there will be more creation of small-scale industries that will be creating and producing a dire in this state. And this will not be in a center alone, because a dire will be worn all over the state. So in each of the 33 local governments and the other SCDAs, you can, in fact, begin to have small adire producing factories employing between 3 to 5 people. Besides, the churches, the mosques, the Christian and Muslim organizations, the old students association, the age-grade societies have been found to be huge investors and promoters of small and medium-scale enterprises elsewhere. And this we can begin to motivate as a new direction for generating industrial growth, what I call mass industrialization at the grassroots. And if you study the geological map of Osun State, and you take a note of the varying opportunities, agricultural opportunities in the state, you know that there are abundant opportunities and potentialities for anybody who wants to create very small and medium-scale industry. Finally, veering away from optical, the moderator has talked about tourism. He has talked about mining. But I think we ought to take a more serious look at tourism, particularly domestic and external, as a way of creating jobs and generating more revenue. I'm thinking now of the geographical and the biographical tourism potentials within this state. I'm thinking of the waterfalls. I'm thinking of the picturesque landscape. I'm thinking of the very varying and beautiful fauna that we have in this state. These can be opportunities for generating new directions in the growth of Osun State for the future. As an outgrowth of Opticum, the neighboring communities, neighboring these beautiful tourist centers, can attract investors, and they can partner with local and state government. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my contribution has been guided not only by the need to recount yesterday what has been, but more importantly to share a molding what should be. And in talking about yesterday, I want to remember today Diran Fagbungwe, and I always to remember Dr. Kola Balogun and Honorable Dushi Oladipo in what they did in the struggle for Osun State. But my belief is that our tomorrow will be better than today. Thank you for the opportunity.
Professor Oyefeso compiled and edited a big book of history, 890 pages, on the development of Osun up to 2010 for the 20th anniversary. He's going to go into that book and beyond to talk to us now, today. Professor Oyefeso.
All protocols established. I'm a historian. I'm a witness to history. In 1991, when Osun State was established, I was 30. And today, I am 60. Apart from retrodicting into the past, there is what we call the missing links in history. History is an enormous jigsaw with a lot of missing parts. It is our responsibility as professional historians to look for those missing parts. The journey to today did not start 30 years ago. The journey to today started before then, as His Excellency Chief Bisi Akande alluded to. The road today started in 1950s, when the prominent obas of the period wrote petition to the colonial government that they wanted to be free from Ibadan provincialism or your provincialism. The leaders of that period were Oba Samuel Adenle, the Ataja of Osogbo, Timi Adetoyese Laoye, Akirun Adeyemi Adejola of Ikirun, Oba Moses Oyinlola Olokuku, Oba Sanusi Araoye of Ilobo, and Ribiun of Otan Ayibaju. They wrote petition, and that petition was accepted by the Butcher Commission of Inquiry, and by July 1951, Osun region was born. That Osun region, at that particular time, had Chief Julius Omigbodun as the secretary. These are men of yesteryears who played pivotal roles in what later became Osun State. The period between 1951 and 1975-76 represent another phase when Oyo State was carved out of the old Western State. But at that time, Oyo had opportunity of take-off grant. Ogun had opportunity of take-off grant. The period between 1976 to 1979, 783, another phase. Because of time constraint, Chief Tuji Abolade of Ikirun was a prominent figure and was secretary throughout the period. Senator Raji Ayola Adeleke played prominent role. Baba M.A. Fabomi Diodole Atobashi of Ilefe played prominent role. The Binukono Society, of which Professor Oluaino, Professor Olualabi, Chief Bisi Akande, Tunde Ponle were prominent members, played very active role in Binu. They were based in the north, and they had regular meetings in Ibadan at that particular point in time. Chief Dosun Oladipo also played his own role. Fagbongbe, the name Fadiora of Ilesha, they all played. The Oni of the period, that's Oba Adesoji Aderemi, initially supported Anife State with capital in Osogbo, but later on, Kabiyesi changed his mind that they wanted an Osun State with capital at Ile-Ife. Ọwọ́ Ọ̀ràngún of Ile-Ila, Ọba William Ayeni, Ọba Matomi, Ọba Ogiyan, the Olufi of Gbọ̀ngàn, the Oni, Adesoji, Olubushi, all these politicians, all these traditional rulers at the period played key roles. Eventually, the state was created. Osogbo had the luck and the opportunity It has always been so since 1951, when the district headquarters was located in Osogbo and OKDO was sited there. The all paraphernalia of what a state can look like had always been in Osogbo. You realize that Queen's School was established in Ede in 1951. This Queen's School had to leave because the only means of socializing them was at the catering guest house in Osogbo, and there were only few men who were educated enough. The long story of this, executive summary, is that we must recognize the role of the civil service in the development of Osun State. And I want to single out one person, that is Chief Moses Inolaji Abuaba. I always see him at very long distance. Interactively, I've not had that opportunity. But it was the bridgehead. It was the engine room for the takeoff and future development of Osun State. If Chief is around in this hall today, please let him stand up for recognition. I do not have such power. The government he served was a purposeful government. That government lasted for only 4 months. August 27, 1991, the governor was sworn in August 30, and immediately he assumed office. He left December 31. But during that period, Asset Sharing Committee was set up. I don't know if anybody remember Chief Ademola Shadipe today. Chief Ademola Shadipe was the chairman of the Asset Sharing Committee between Osun and Oyo. And at that time, it was agreed 51% asset to Osun, 49% to Oyo. When federal government set up its own committee too, Chief Shadipe also featured prominently that there was no acrimony between Oyo and Osun State. Due credit must be given to Chief Ademola Shadipe. Residential accommodation, none. Office accommodation, none. Office of the governor of the SSG, none. So Chief Abuaba was there at that time, coming frayed nerves. The government appointed 6 advisors, later director generals, all those who served in that pioneering team, including the media team. Kola Akonji was the chief press secretary. And the take-home, he wrote a book, 4 Months in Action. It's a good book. It still remains a good mine of information for a 4-month administration. All the media team that participated in that government deserve appreciation. So today, we are given 5 minutes. But time 5 minutes for people who participated in the first House of Assembly. The Osun State of Assembly is the most stable House of Assembly in the history of Houses of Assembly in Nigeria. There has not been any record of impeachment. There could be rumbling, but none ever take place. We ever also have very robust judiciary, and we are lucky. Today, Osun State prides itself as one of those states where we have a female chief judge, in line with best practices today. The Osun is not doing well for women, and the truth must be told. When you look at the history of the Osun State House of Assembly from inception, only few women won elective position. First, Nike Owomarare. History should be kind to Nike Omoware. She was not impeached. She resigned her appointment when there were maneuvers. But the website of Osun State of Assembly does not have her name there. Please restore it. It's a fact of history. So you need to go into it. Secondly, we had Olaseyin Dave and other women until Idiat Babalola and until the current 8th Assembly. In all, you do not have up to 6 ladies in these 8 assemblies. So why are we marginalizing women in elective politics? Our women are also doing well beyond politics. There are 24 senior advocates of Nigeria. 24 senior advocates of Nigeria, SAN, the Sikh in Osun State, out of about 390 in Nigeria, both dead and alive, with Chief Fani Kayode as number 1. Today, Osun State is blessed by a particular time. Igbajo, Chief Adeboyega Solomon Awomolo is the leading son today. His wife, Chief Mrs. Victoria Awomolo, is the only female senior advocate of Nigeria in Osun State. And you have a young professor, too, at the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Afe Babalola University. That little town, which I love, Igbajo, has 3 senior advocates of Nigeria. And why I love the town is about community development. Kiriji was established through community efforts. Igbajo Polytechnic established through community effort. And everything in that town, until the Oyetola administration came into place, and it has been able to tar the road and bring some sense of modernity into the community.
Finally,
sorry, before I round up maybe this particular session, we must recognize Governor Ajiborisha, and we must continue to pray for him to be in excellent health. All previous governors, Isiaka, Adeleke, also contributed in no small measure. We had satellite campuses of Ibadan Polytechnic in Ire and SLK. Now they became autonomous polytechnic. The ring road, what we now call the ring road, was commenced during his administration. From Adeleke's administration to Akade's administration, you will realize evidence of concrete achievement, a very prudent administration, very financially disciplined. This government secretariat you have in Abiri today was built during his time. The Bola Ige House was also built during his tenure.
Thank you, Professor Yefeso. Please.
Thank you.
Since he told his own history, let me just briefly, in 1 minute, tell my own history too. The MC introduced himself as Omo Osun. I am a proper Ara Osun. And I will explain, bordering on Omo Osun, and the Kabiyesi, the Oni, will validate that. I was about 50 years old when Osun State was created. Half of that period I spent on Osun soil, going to school at Ilesha and then to Obafemi Awolowo University, where I taught for about 15 years before proceeding overseas. So I have a legitimate claim to Osun State. Our next panelist will be Mr. Steve Nwosu.
All protocol observed. I must say greetings to the man I learned in history is a representative of the Almighty on earth, the Oni of Ife. Your Excellencies, I want to restrict myself to the keynote speech. And I'm happy, like I said, I'm sitting beside a student of history, so I can only lay pretense to being a student of history. Luckily, we got the keynote address from somebody who actually made history, who is part of the history that we study, Baba Akande. So I want to say I didn't expect anything less from what he said. As short as it is, he hit at the very heart of what we're talking about. That is the development. We are celebrating 30 years and we are projecting into the future. And his keynote speech just clearly lays out. I want to identify with that model he articulated, which is going to the schools. You say there was wisdom in the early missionaries coming and building schools, maybe hospitals, and whether it's Catholic and Sarudian, whatever society, they build school. Because the school was like the hub. Every other thing is tailored towards it. And then when you have a school, you have a road to the school. So when a community sits and says it doesn't want a school, it actually says indirectly that it doesn't want good roads, it doesn't want good hospitals, portable water, electricity, all the other good things of life. There could be other models of development, but walking around the school, whether in town or in the villages, is a key approach to development. But having said that, I also want to look at one submission he made here. He said, any development projects that are otherwise cited, that is not cited outside the school template, such development centers are doomed dubious. And dubious projects have always created, instigated radicalized society that becomes scampering, and it goes on and on like that. Once you don't have the school, you start all this, we go to what we call brick and mortar democracy, dividend of democracy. Everybody just starts buildings. You go here, you put a foot bridge, you go here, you build a flyover, and there's something like, it's almost scattered development or approach to development. Oftentimes there's no narrative to the development, there's no direction to it. If there is a template, you try to work according to it, and then as you go from there, it farms on years. You talk of the road where you have the raw materials, you build roads to them, and development goes with them. But then my own aspect is the way forward after 30 years of Osun. And I want to touch on what every other person, including the keynote speaker, including His Excellency, have spoken about, and that is the human resource. Osun might not be one of the richest states in this country, but there is something that I see as the triumph of the human will, the triumph of the human intellect, the triumph of the human resource in Osun. And successive governments have shown that willingness to tap. You've got an almost an inexhaustible resource of human, qualified, high-power human capital that can hold their own anywhere in the world. And I'm happy Osun successive governments have found a way to actually bring these people close. Yes, in this administration, yes, you have people, about 3 people who have been close to me in this government, who have worked with across the years, are people I can stand any harm about. I've met the chief of staff. He was probably the person that gave me my first break as anything, even though I was working elsewhere. When it was enterprise development, techno-serve, rural development, that is his forte. And you bring such people close. You have your media team who have worked with directly, either at the Sun, this day, or everything. But so there's a way Osun brings these people together, which is what I like. You have it, you're using it. But the way forward, sir, if you ask me in this state now, I would say Osun should give, I noted 4 points. I said Osun should give the president President Muhammad Buhari all the support they can give it because it's our government. He has to succeed. But for this state to move forward, we have to ensure that our farmers can go to work, can go to the farm and get back home safely. What we're talking about is almost 40% of GDP. You are talking of having the lowest unemployment rate in the country. By the time these people can't go to their farms and come back safely and be sure that nothing will happen to them at the farms, you can be sure that even the unemployment will go down even more. Then you have to do whatever is necessary to explore the mineral deposits in this country, in this state. So it's not a state where all kinds of funny non-state actors and criminals take over the mining who don't pay tax. The last 2 years there was this economic summit and all that happened here, and you talked about creating a conducive environment for the mining and all that to go on. Please keep at it. People have to create, because we are talking about, states are talking about VAT and all that now. It means generally what we have to share at the federal is going down. Luckily, Osun has found a way to live basically with nothing from the federal. Sometime about 2-3 weeks ago, I was in Abuja and we were talking, and I heard with one ear that sometimes Osun gets as little as 50,000 after they have deducted from source. But somehow you have managed to keep paying salaries, which is major. And you have continued to go on. Now they are talking about VAT and all that. All the oil people are making noise, yes. But Osun has enough to make sure that you are not caught unawares if anything happens to the federal allocation. Luckily, you are preparing the ground for it, and I'm happy about that. Then invest in your ICT school. Put ICT in your schools is the way to go. You don't pay too much attention in whether they wear hijab or jalamiya or pinafore to school. Just put ICT there, let them work. That is the way of the future. And then we're talking about tourism, and come on, the owner was saying something. When he was speaking, it was like a prayer. It's a benediction that you can get from the Pope or the Archbishop of Canterbury. And there was a way, there's an aura that went with it, that this is the prayer you want. So what we have something that the world needs to know about. We are talking of festival and all that, and the other day somebody was saying, it's not because Osun Osogbo is not a Christian thing, it's not a Muslim thing. People go to Jerusalem, and even the Pope was putting paper into the Wailing Walls. I've not seen where it was that you should do that, but they do it, and you use it to attract all kinds of tourism. Osun can just be the tourism capital of this country. I'm happy we're doing something about it, and I hope we continue in that light. For me, like I said, Osun at 30, it has not been a bad story. In fact, it's a good story, I dare say, but the story can even get better. It's like I see Osun as one big canvas for painting. There is a vision the founding fathers had of this state. They have painted a good picture of it. We want to paint that picture to the masterpiece that everybody had in mind. There is room for it. Luckily, we have a governor who, some of us that are politically, that monitor politics, said that maybe it's the grace of the man you have here now. Osun has all the potentials to be boiling at this moment, but for some reason, it's not boiling. And you can't take it away from the person who is directing the ship. My friend, we were joking somewhere the other day, said the kind of patience he had, and I'm happy everybody has alluded to that patience. The kind of, probably if he was a football fan, he'd probably be an Arsenal fan. A lot of patience. But the truth is,
he's shown that patience. He's carried everybody along, PDP, APC, everybody. In spite of any provocation, he has kept his eyes on the ball. And that is what you need. And then we're talking of accountability and other. I was always laughing as I was, I think, editor of This Day when Baba Konde was governor. And we had this story of coming here and even to change the tire of his official vehicle. He was saying, they said that small tire, 16,000. He had to go almost, I think, to Ikeja with them to go and see which this tire they are selling for 16,000. It wasn't paid, it was for Osun's money, but he wanted to make sure that that money was well spent. Here again is also the thing, we hear that Osun doesn't have money, but there's been this prudent managing of resources, which is key to what we need. So Osun, we regard you people as some kind of fanatics, but you're fanatics for excellence.
Winding up.
You're fanatics for transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. So I thank you. I celebrate with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osun. Our next speaker will be Ms. Zainab Okino. And the panel will be rounded off for this session by Mr. Babajide Otitoju.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to speak to the paper quite okay, but I want to talk on little things that matter a lot. And it's about education in the state and the state's social construction, as I'd like to put it. And these things put the state in a very good state and project it in good light. So, the recently concluded JAM, the state had a student that came third in the country. His name is Kamaruddin Abdulwasi Alabi, who scored 350 out of 400 during the just concluded unified tertiary matriculation examination conducted by JAM. And here is a state that, as of 2010, had 15.68% in WAEC. But by 2018, the state had recorded 70% success rate in mathematics of all. So for those of us who don't know maths, we know what it means. So this speaks to the optimum community that Chief Akande had talked about earlier on. If you take care of the education of your future, you are in a way secure. And that takes me to another point, which is what I call social construction. I've always been fascinated by the history of the Yoruba nation, the source itself, the Ife, and of course the Oni of Ife. I've always been fascinated by the Oyo Empire. So each time, and that takes me to the culture of the people, which again is fascinating. And in the past, before the advent of banditry and kidnapping, one of my passions was to travel through Osun State. I've always liked the thick forest around, and it gives me this aura that I'm at the countryside and I can be sure of the oxygen I take in. And it was always an opportunity for me to buy little things on the way. But you know, we can't do that anymore because of banditry. But then, right from the time I got to the airport yesterday, and I got to Osun border, that eerie feeling came back to me that yes, when you pass through this place, you know that this is a place to live, this is a place to stay. So, and compared with 10, 15, 20 years ago when I used to pass through this place, that it was all rural setting. So I can see the efforts of the founding fathers of the state in bringing this city to life as it is today, considering where it's coming from. So then, right from that airport and until I got to my hotel room yesterday, the hospitality, the food, even the way I was received in the hotel, and they prepared me even for today as at yesterday. And the protocol was they were at their best in bringing me back, in explaining to me what will happen today. I even had to speak, Chief of Staff even spoke to me. So these are little things, but they matter so much. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that coming to Osun is like, I don't know how to explain this. I feel like I'm at home. Because this is what I want our rural setting to be. And when I spoke to my colleague, who by association was a former president of Nigeria Guild of Editors and your Commissioner of Information, and she told me something that really took me aback. She said she's even considering not going back to live in Lagos when she finishes her term. I said, you mean you will not go back to the city of Lagos? Because what do you want? Everybody wants to stay in a place that is peaceful. Everybody wants to live in a place where everything you want, you can get. And it's fresh. This is what our rural setting should be. This is why our cities are congested. Our cities are congested because everything you need to live well, you cannot get them in your rural area. So everybody is rushing to the city. But with Osun, it's a place to go back to. It's a place you can call home. So I'm truly amazed and happy that I have this opportunity to share what I've always thought about the Yoruba race. I mean, they hold on to their culture. They love themselves. Their history is rich. And you can't help but love them. And it's not a surprise in the end that my in-law is a Yoruba person. I don't know why it happened. Maybe because of my love for the Yoruba. So it speaks to the fact of your love for education, your love for humanity. So at the end of the day, what counts is what we give to the coming generation. And the foundation is already there. You have leaders who care. You have leaders who think about tomorrow. And Steve just spoke about the FAC. After every FAC, what the state receives. Yet, you have been able to do so much. It speaks to that which the community stuff that Chief Akande also talked about. So, well, I thought I should go back to Chief Akande's speech where he talked about the optimum community. An optimum community is a definable people's settlement capable of raising and sustaining a minimum of a standard secondary school, By a standard secondary school, we are talking of a youth educational secondary institution with a minimum of 2 arm or a maximum of 4 arm classes from GSS 1 to SS3, where a classroom is constituted of about 35 pupils. In other words, such a secondary institution will accommodate a student population of between 420 and 840 youths. In this way, community development architecture should reasonably be designed to target people around every corridor of such standard secondary school, which become the nucleus of an optimum community and a major development unit. So, this law for education, which ensures that every community has at least basic primary and secondary school, it has transformed into developing the state in general. It has made that consciousness in everyone from the state to at least you have access to education. Worse or not, you can at least boast of a secondary education. For some people, it's a given. But in some communities, it's still a luxury. So, I thank God for the life of His Excellency, who has come to build on what the forefathers have done. I publish an online newspaper, and I'm always getting your press releases and other stories. And I'm amazed at some of the things His Excellency has been able to achieve, especially in the health sector. The fact that civil servants are not complaining. We take it as, maybe you take it for granted here, but where I come from is a luxury. And I'm from Kogi State, and we all know the story. So, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I hope I'll have more opportunities in future to come and tour the state, because I've heard about tourism. I know a bit about it, I've heard about it, and I want to know more about the state, especially from rural perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pino. I will comment later on education. We still have a panelist who is actually going to elaborate on education, but my comments will come at the very end. But let me just throw these statistics at you now to think over before I call Mr. Otitoju. Since Osun State was created in 1991, the population has doubled. In 1991, it was barely over 2 million. Today, it is over 4.7 million. Osun State has the lowest employment rate. That point has been made repeatedly today. It has the second lowest poverty rate in the country. But more importantly, and why in fact these statistics are what they are, Osun is the most peaceful state in the Federation. Let me now call on Mr. Babachide Otitoju, who is going to actually elaborate on another template for development.
All protocols observed. For some of us who are paid to talk, when we are given as miserly as 5 minutes to talk at an event like this, it may take putting a gun to our necks before we stop. I will try my best to not exceed the time that Prof has given me, but I want to apologize in advance in case I exceed that time. This is not just my state, but the state of my in-laws. I'm connected to Osun State by marriage, and if I choose to adopt Osun State as my new state, having previously adopted Ekiti as my state, there is nothing anybody can do about it. You see, I've been to all the 36 states of our country several times. I think the only state that I've been to just 3 times is Ebonyi State. I don't know why I'm not particularly incentivized to go there regularly. So I have, without being immodest, a fair knowledge of our country and its people. Every state has its own character. That thing by which the state can be identified, that thing that makes the state unique. Of all the states in our country, there is no one, and I repeat, not just as a historian, but as a researcher, that no state has as many urban centers as Osun State. There are at least 8 urban centers in Osun State by my reckoning and by my investigation. Oshogbo, Iwo, Ede, Ejigbo, Ikire, Ilesha, Ile-Ife, and Ikirun. As I've said,
plus Ilarangun.
You know, that was why I said by my investigation, by my reckoning. I know that some people will disagree, but I also want to say that the state that comes closest to Osun State is Katsina State. Whatever I say, I can validate in terms of the age of these towns. Some of these towns are as old as 500 years, steeped in the great history of our country. So all that we need to do is to focus on developing those urban centers that I've talked about. If we focus on developing them, the migration that we see from those centers to Lagos and to other places would most likely stop or be reduced drastically. Population is an ingredient of growth and development. That is why in some countries like Russia, like France, couples are given money to give birth to children. It may sound strange here, but couples get incentives because some white people, they get married and they tell themselves, look, we are just going to get married, we won't have children. But in such countries, because they know that population can help you achieve true economic growth, they give them money. They encourage couples to give birth to children. I know that if we try that in our country, we have not even tried that. People are complaining that that even some of the very poor in our communities do not see anything wrong in having as many as 8 children that they can barely take care of. But the point I'm trying to make is that if we develop those urban centers, people will remain, businesses will grow, and Osun will be right there on top among the fantastic states of our nation. Is that not what we wish to see? I ask the question. Now, let me use an example of an urban center, one of the urban centers that I talked about in Osun State, Ejigbo. By my investigation, the population of Ejigbo residents now is around 200,000. But the Ejigbo residents who are in Cote d'Ivoire, they are up to 1 million. Will it be such a bad idea if we provide the infrastructure that can make those of them, those 200,000 to not feel like going to join the 1 million in Cote d'Ivoire? Because if we can bring in the 1 million in Cote d'Ivoire and they are hale and healthy and they are not in the kind of situation that our governor found himself last year when some people came in, you understand the point that I'm making? And a governor from one of the neighboring states actually raised an alarm that some people are coming to your state. Do something. That's not the kind of scenario that I envisage. But if we can have those 1 million people who have helped to build Cote d'Ivoire, if we can have them come back to Ejigbo, and Ejigbo has all the things that people need. You see, every time that I get a chance to come out of Lagos, to live the rat race life that is in Lagos, I'm always excited. That's why I thank the organizers for inviting me here. Those who live in places where the rat race is not as evident as Lagos, they stand the opportunity of living longer. If you compare life expectancy in Lagos to Osun State, the difference will be like night and day. Because by 4 a.m., people are already getting set to go to work. Some even wake up 3 a.m. But those who are here, I don't think they wake up at 4 a.m. to go to work. So what we need to do, my advice to our governor is being described as the gentleman governor, but I would describe him as a positively gentle governor. Because if you are gentle, sometimes it is not positive. You can be gentle and good things will pass you by. You can be gentle and still be focused on real growth and development, and that's what our governor is doing. We thank him for that. Let's build roads in Iwo. Build roads, I'm talking about inner township roads. During his first term, Governor Tinubu did that in Lagos. He got party leaders and he told them, I want inner city roads. You will be in charge in Ojodu. If the contract doesn't get executed, I hold you responsible. Today, we have many inner city roads in Lagos State because of that initiative. I can give the example of where my uncle lives. My uncle, Abiodun Faleke. He lives on Morgan Street in Ojodu. It was during that time that his road was constructed. He never had a third road leading to his house until that time. If we do that in Iwo, for example, because I know Iwo has bad roads, we go to Ejigbo. Please, if I tell a lie, you can correct me. Either the roads leading into those urban centers that I'm talking about, or the roads within the communities, we need them. I know that the resources are limited, but you've already done the unthinkable even with the little resources you have. If the stories that I'm told are correct, and I know the civil servants here can actually validate some of those stories. Some of us didn't expect what you have done. They said we want to lie, and God is watching us. I say it as it is. We never expected some of the things that you have done. We thought it would be more difficult. We know the resources are limited, but let's do our best. Provide infrastructure in those communities, especially the roads leading into them. Ilesha to Osogbo, for example, I know the federal government is taking eternity to fix the road, but you can help. If Osogbo is the same story, we are begging the federal government to help us complete the road. Now, Governor Etola is doing Ejigbo to Osogbo. Is it true? Oh, he has already done it. Thank you for updating my research. Iwo to Osogbo, I hear it's been done too. Oh, has it been done too? Now, if we can provide infrastructure and continue to attract investments into the state will be much better for it. One good thing is that tertiary institutions boost the economy of a state. And we are seeing even the effect of that in Osun State. But I look at Ile-Ife, the presence of OAU, it has not solved all the infrastructure problems. There are still roads in Ile-Ife that need to be fixed. I will appeal that the governor also looks in that direction. Oh, are there not bad roads in Ile-Ife? I'm not asking the cabinet, I'm asking our people. So, once we do that, and the state is already safe, I had the state described as the safest in Nigeria. I'm not going to argue about that. As I round up, before Prof begins to harass me, as I round up, I want us to never take lightly the peace that we enjoy. When you go to Borno State, there are 2 local governments that nobody is living in them. One of them, the only people you will find are Nigerian soldiers alone. That's Abadam local government. The people who used to live there, they all fled into Niger Republic. When you go there, you see plenty of Nigerians. Guzamala local government, not even Nigerian soldiers are staying there, nobody. When Nigerian soldiers tried to establish a presence, they killed 120 soldiers in one day. The epitaph in their honor is still in the local government headquarters in Gudumbali. So I'm not saying what is not true. So as we enjoy the peace here, as the governor tries to build bridges and make peace with people across party lines, let's not take peace for granted. In Kaduna State, more than half of the local governments are not safe. In fact, the local government that are safe in Kaduna, they are not up to 7. Yes. If we had time, I can list all of them. So let's not take peace for granted. Let's continue to build on the peace that we have. Because when you have peace, real growth and development will happen. And under our governor, by the grace of God, and with the support of the big traditional rulers who are with him, and with the support of some of the big politicians that he's been able to attract to his side, including one of them sitting directly before me, peace will happen, growth and development will happen. Ìdàgbàsókè Osun State, ó jẹ wá lójú, àbí ó jẹ wá lógún?
Ó jẹ wá lógún.
Thanks. I hope I didn't exceed the time.
No. Now you can see the logic of scheduling Mr. Ochitoju last for this session. I knew in advance he was going to exceed the time, but then he has used his time usefully. Let me just attest to one statement he made about the governor. I have worked with this governor from the time of the campaign. It is not surprising to me that he has been able to achieve what he has achieved with limited resources. And I give you a hint. He has a finance background. He has managed other people's money as the owner of an insurance company. And then he has the mien, the demeanor, the composure to work quietly and smoothly. May God continue to be your strength.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first session of the colloquium. The second session will have our panelists from the diaspora. They're already standing by. They have joined in from the beginning. We'll go to them after this short break. We'll just take a short break to stretch our legs. There will be a cultural dance by members of the Osun State Council of Arts and Culture cultural troupe. A dance for about 3-5 minutes. Cultural troupe, please come on stage. ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency the Governor is on his way back in, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the Governor is on his way back in. Kindly please take your seats again so we can resume. The dancing can continue and we'll wrap it up in a moment. His Excellency is coming back onto his seat. Let us all be seated so we can have some order. Thank you.
Àní Ọ̀ṣun dàgbà ó kúrò láròbó. Àní Ọ̀ṣun dàgbà á kúrò láròbó. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ti kúrò láròbó. Ǹjẹ́ onílé kó ṣe mí pẹ̀lẹ́ àlejò ń bọ̀? Àlejò kọ́ gàǹgà kó ṣe onílé pẹ̀lẹ́ rí bọ́ńlé bá máa dé ẹ̀lí ó nájà àlejò ẹ̀ máa rọra. Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gómìnà Gbóyèga Oyètọ́lá. Ìyàdá ọkọ̀ Kàfáyàtù. Gómìnà àtàtà lọ́hùn fi jíǹkẹ́ àwa lọ́sùn. Ìyàdá ti ń sọ gbódìlé. Ìyàdá sàkìtàn dọ́jà. Wọ́n sọ ọ̀gbẹ́dì ìgboro. Bí ti ń ṣe títì, iná ń ṣe ìwòsàn. Ẹ̀rí ló eléyìí ní àbẹ́ẹ̀rí. Ìyàdá orí ẹ̀yìn ò ní burú láéláé. Igbákejì gómìnà wa ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun. Bàbá Benedict Àlàbí gbogbo yín la kí ẹ kú iṣẹ́ kò nílẹ̀ yín ẹ̀ ní ṣàìsàn. Bàbá mi Timothy owó ẹ̀yẹ. Àdìgún owó àfìdíbalẹ̀ ńbẹ̀hún abẹnugan lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ aṣòfin ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun bàbá wa Christopher Mesole máa gbọ́ mi gbọ́rọ̀ ẹnu mi àbùkù níkànnì orí ẹ̀yìn ò ní burú láíláí.
Ọ̀tọ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ọ̀tọ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ apanirọ́ àsùnmọ́ ògún ṣèbí ọba tó bá jẹ́ sí ìlú tòrò orúkọ rẹ̀ ò nílé ìparun èyí tó bá sì tún jẹ́ sí ìlú tó tòrò orúkọ rẹ̀ ò nílé ìparun láyé Oyètọ́lá ìlàwọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́kọ̀ tààrẹ pín bàbá sọ láyé Oyètọ́lá ní gbogbo wọn ṣe gbẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀mù lọ́sùn owó oṣù òṣìṣẹ́ ní sísan déédéé o láyé Oyètọ́lá mọ̀ sí ẹ̀yìn ilé ìwé nílò báwọn ọmọ lọ́fẹ̀ẹ́ láyé Oyètọ́lá mọ̀ sí ẹ̀yìn ìwòsàn.
Ọ̀la àwa ti mọ̀ gán elérúkọ àmọ̀ gán mílíọ̀nù a sì ti mọ̀ gán gidi gán ní gán jẹ́ ọbẹ̀ là fi ṣe. Ọlọ́wọ́ náà kọ́dá kó òun bá má jẹ́ kí kankan wó wọ̀rọ̀ gbogbo. Ìyàndá ọkọ̀ Kàfáyàtù ó ti gbìyànjú fún wa ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun.
Thank you. Now we want.
Ẹ bá sọdún mẹ́rin èyí tán ẹ tún sọdún mẹ́rin òkè.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. A round of applause for the cultural troupe of the Osun State Council for Arts and Culture. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us have our seats now that the cultural troupe has given us a well-deserved break from the very rich intellectual feast that we've had in the last 30 minutes. We're going to the second part of this conversation. As I mentioned earlier on, we have other panelists from across the world already online, and we're going to connect them now. So we'd like you to please give us your attention so we can have the benefit of their experiences from the diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the second session. Prof, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. MC. panelists lined up. One or two may join later if technology is not a problem. Our first virtual panelist, who has been up since 4 a.m. from Atlanta, Georgia, is Ms. Bamidele Ademola Olateju. She's going to speak on education and indigenous knowledge. Bamidele, are you there? Please take off.
Adégbóyèga Oyètọ́lá àti gbogbo àwọn tí ó ṣe ètò àpérò yìí. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ bàbá wa olóyè Bísí Àkàndé fún ọ̀rọ̀ ìṣítí, ìtọ́nisọ́nà àti ìlànà tí wọ́n fún wa. Fellow panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Osun braced the trail already. I would like to speak about education for the future. The key to sustainable strides in education lies in increasing school enrollment. Osun blazed the trail through the school feeding program, and that was a masterstroke. It solved a lot of problems on various fronts at once. The guarantee of a nutritious meal a day in exchange for education made the working poor and offered they cannot refuse. The incentive worked. Osun school enrollment skyrocketed in geometric proportions. This policy thrust has been copied in many states and at the federal level. It has also led to an increased agricultural output by ensuring that the government acts as guaranteed off-takers in addition to limiting post-harvest losses. The initiative of Mrs. Folorunso Alakija in building the Osun State University Teaching Hospital, as well as other contributions and interventions, is a call to existence to the large reservoir of high-net-worth individuals who are Osun indigenes in Nigeria and in the diaspora to contribute their quota. I want to let you know today, Governor Boyega Oyetola and all other policymakers in Osun, it is time to invest in better teacher education for better outcomes. Why? I want it to be noted that the state of
Hello? Hello? Just a moment. Sorry for the interruption to our people in the diaspora. Yes. Ms. Bamidele, do you need to reduce the the volume of your computer? It's crossing so that we can hear you clearly. Just reduce the volume on your end. It's reverberating. And the other speakers, Dr. Abati and Dr. Aino, please note when you're talking so we can have clearer sound here. Let's try it again. Sorry for the interruption, please. Go ahead. Can we try you again now? Let's see if you can come clearer.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me without the noise? Is it better? It's not my volume. It's from your end.
Well, while we fix that problem, can we go on to another speaker?
That may be a good idea. Let's try Dr. Abati and see if it's better.
Can get back to her. So,
can you hear me?
Can you hold on, Bamidele? Can you hold on? Let them fix the problem with your audio.
Okay.
Can we go on to Dr. Ruben Abati? I'm sure you all know Dr. Abati. He can talk about or write about any subject under the sun. So he's going to speak with us.
Okay. I'll begin to speak because I can't hear you, but I can see the chat box that everybody is hearing me.
Okay, it appears you are clearer now.
Okay. I got interrupted from when I was talking about hubs.
Okay.
What does hubs mean?
So Dr. Abati, can you hold on?
It means educational knowledge hubs can be broken into three main areas of specialization. The areas I have identified are in the areas of philosophy, in the areas of innovation, and third, in the areas of teacher training. For example, the philosophy hub will be for the production of thought, exploration as well as research production. As the most urbanized of all Yoruba is our Yoruba Center for the Earth. With this, Osun be endowed to help us build a strong nation that is expected to shape education globally in the next 50 years. Within our region and
Prof, maybe we should go to Ruben. Let's try Ruben, please.
Shall we then move on to Dr. Abati?
Prof, we may need to take a break to reconnect with them.
The state of Osun to incorporate indigenous knowledges as part of education in early childhood and basic education. Please continue and see how this can be done to put Osun as a pedestal, a state to be emulated within in Nigeria as a whole. God bless the people of Osun State. God bless Yoruba land. God bless Osun State and Nigeria. I regret the slight technical error, which is certainly not from my end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Abati. We apologize for keeping you waiting this long after your morning show today. But the ball is now in your court. You have the floor.
Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Hello? Hello? Hello, Mr.
Abati, we can hear you. Go ahead, Dr. Abati. Go ahead.
Hello?
I can hear you, but I don't think the host...
We can hear you here. Go ahead. If you just bring down the volume of your set a bit. But we can hear you. Just go ahead.
Okay, is it Ruben Abati?
Why are you asking to go ahead?
No, Dr. Ruben Abati, go ahead. It's your turn, Dr. Ruben Abati. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been enjoying the conversation. And first, I would like to start with where Ambassador Farumbi and Baba Konde left it off, which is about optical. And Farumbi reminded us as a way of making it clear that perhaps Baba Konde referring to optimum communities is a way of Can you hear me? It's perhaps.
Yes, we can hear you. Sometimes a bit. There's an echo.
Okay.
Can we resolve it here?
I think the problem is at the base.
I was just saying that it's a way of paying tribute to Professor Akemabogunje and his good friend, Professor Jetunji Aboyade, both of whom experimented with the idea of the Opticom plan. First, in the Awe community. When they tried it in the Awe community, it was about access to credit. It was a development poverty strategy. Later, they introduced it, Professor Mabogunje introduced it. The man who is known as father of geography, but he was also an economist and anthropologist and one of the best thinkers that we have had in Nigeria. He introduced it at DIFRI, the Directorate of Food and Rural Development, under the Babangida administration. And then, of course, the idea was also taken into community banking. However, when Professor Mabogunje wrote his biography, A Measure of Grace, he pointed out in that book that, well, it had the limited source, no enough political will. and I think Professor that is chaired by Professor Maboguje in Ibadan, the Institute on Public Policy, also wrote an extensive essay on this. So as a concept, the whole idea of optimum communities that Baba Konde was talking about is about how theoretical ideas can be translated into action, how there could be a link between theory and praxis. Now, in Chief Akonde's presentation, he restricted it to primary education, secondary school education, provision of infrastructure. But it goes beyond that. It is a strategy that can be applied in virtually every part of the development axis, because it's about development. It's about making sure that communities get the very best. So if you use it either for education, you can also use it for infrastructure building, you can also use it in other areas. But the statement, it's about a paragraph in Professor Mabugude's A Measure of Grace, which is his autobiography. I recommend that book to everybody. The point is about having the political will, the mind, to make sure that the process is not politicized and the emphasis is strictly on development. And it's a responsibility not just for government, but also for the private sector. So I think it's a recommendation that the governor of Osun State can take a look at. He has done a lot, in terms of trying to make sure that communities get the best. In July, when there was an accounting of his 2 years in office, we were told about what he has done with regard to infrastructure, what he has done with regard to healthcare, what he has done with regard to building communities, and what he has done with regard to education, and what he has done with regard also to making sure that civil servants in Osun get salaries on time and as when due. All of that is commendable. I think the point that is being made is that the governor needs to remain focused and needs to do a lot more. And I think one area in which he can do more, that's the governor of Osun State, is in the area of mining. Blessed. They have kaolin, they have bauxite, they have gold. The Odutola brothers, I wrote a biography on one of them before he died. That's Chief Adeola Odutola. He and his brother, Alhaji Jimo Odutola, they started mining in Ilesha. And up to today, we're told that Osun State, in Iperido, I think it's called Iperido, and it's called Idoji, generous amounts of mineral resources, over 15 points of gold deposits. But the problem that Osun State faces in that regard is illegal mining. It's artisanal mining. Now, the governor has tried in the last 2 years to address this by signing, we're told, a memorandum of understanding with a body called the Baja Mines. Okay, what is the status of that memorandum of understanding? Because Osun State, to be able to do many of the things that people have been recommending, also needs resources, needs revenue. And that revenue does not necessarily have to come from VAT, which is the big issue on the table at the moment, although I've not heard the voice of Osun State government with regard to the collection of VAT. I've not had any attempt by the Osun State House of Assembly to join states like Akwa Ibom, Adamawa, Lagos, and Rivers to fight this battle about of the Nigerian economy and insistence on fiscal federalism. I think that that's one thing that we can push. But in terms of the mining, is one other area to look at. As for education, there is no argument about that. Osun State is home to some of the major universities in Nigeria, starting with Obafemi Awolowo University, which Dr. Bamidele Olateju referred to. And then you also have the university in Ede. You also have Osun State has produced some of the brightest people in Nigeria today. Some of the most prominent people were not educated, probably not serve as leading lights against celebration. 28 of them are going to be honored, and these are leading lights across a spectrum of specialization. So the government needs to invest more, because Human Development Index is the best. It's the thing you can invest in more. And let's note the point about the education in Osun State. In Ede is the #1 African center for genomic sequencing with regard to this COVID-19 challenge that we face. And so a state that has, distinguished himself in the area of research and, the distinction of its products, both academic, secular, non-secular. This is the state of Pastor Adeboye, PhD mathematics. This is the state of Pastor W.F. Kumi. This is the state of Pastor Oyedepo. This is the state of Mrs. Folorunsho Alakija. This is the state of Durola Dinkpo. This is, I can go on and on. You have the list. You know who all these people are. So, mining, education, rural development, decentralizing the development process. And then finally, I think we can also talk about tourism. If you go to Osun State, right from the things that you first remember, some of us from this side of the country, we remember Akara Osun, we remember Dodo Ikiri. As you are going from one spot to the other in Osun State, you are confronted with history. There's the Olojo Festival. I understand that food. The Osun, perhaps more than any other Yoruba land, any other part of Yoruba land, a list of historical towns. Ochitoju was saying earlier on about having the higher number of geography in Africa, and made it clear that in fact it's the entire Yoruba land that is the leading part of the country in Yoruba towns and cities. You know, the classical text also in Africa. And Ochitoju was making the point about checking rural urban migration, people living in Osun State. Well, I don't know. I get his point. The point is, in the age of globalization, can you really stop anybody from following the money, from looking for advantages where they can find those advantages? But the point that I think Ochitoju was making that needs to be stressed, as I understand it, is that if you develop your state, if you turn the state into a center of development, exploiting the tourism potentials, exploiting the mineral resources, and backing it up with the necessary political will, then of course, we will not have any issue. Now, one more point, which is in 1991, when Osun State was created, 8 other states were created by the Babangida administration. If you compare them in terms of amount of resources at their disposal, okay, a state like Adamawa gets from the federal allocation purse over 8 billion in a month. There was a time Osun State was getting only 1.7 billion to serve the purpose of a population of over 4 billion. So anybody who is governor of Osun State just has to be very creative, because it's not as if the resources are readily available. A state like Akwa Ibom, on a monthly basis, gets over 30 billion naira from federal allocation. But what we urge is that Osun State has the resources in terms of human beings, in terms of, flora and fauna, in terms of, the intellectual power, diamonds as citizens, who can help to transform that state. And within the period of, Governor Oyetola, yes, we have seen a lot of improvement, but a lot more can be done. And I hope that he gets a second term in 2022 to provide him further opportunities to see through his plans and to continue to serve the people of Osun State, and to turn Osun State into a destination, not just for education and tourism, but also for investment. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Professor Akinshu.
Thank you, Dr. Abati. I diplomatically scheduled Dr. Shegwa not last because he's going to address the future. So having listened to all panelists, Dr. Aina is the best person to actually talk about the future. But before I call on him, let me acknowledge the presence of one person here. It's Dr. O.J. Jejelola. Is he still in the hall? He was up here recently. He's the Dean of the College of Law at Joseph Ayo Babalo University, and he came to tell me that he came here to represent his Vice Chancellor at the university. Thank you very much. Dr. Aina, over to you.
Yes, Prof. Good day, everyone. All the protocols observed. I want to congratulate all of us from Osun State on this occasion of the celebration of our 30th anniversary, and particularly our very hard-working governor who has painstakingly continued to develop the state in a great trajectory, preparing us for the future. And of course, we need also to thank those that have served before him and those that actually fought for the creation of Osun State. I'm chairman of Osun State Association. I cannot tell you the association in 1995, 4 years after the creation of the state, by people that fought for the state, including people that are late, like Shiptunji Abolade, whose name is Sekodia today, Professor Detola, who is also late, and of course those that are living today, General Adakira Ade, Emeritus Professor Luaino, Printude Bonle, Shimnolaji Ababa, Shikwega Umolo, Alaji Tunde Badmos. These are the people that started Osun Association as a private sector advocacy pressure group to support government. From a modest number of less than 10 in 1995, we are now 106. And I attest to the statement that I made in terms of the enormous talents and resources that are available within your state. Because within this 106, these are people that have held position at the highest level and are still only at the highest level, be it in academics, be it in banking, in insurance, in public service, in everything, you can name it. And I'm very proud of what they are doing to support the state, not to take from the state, but to deliver and give to the state, because that is the primary that we are very proud of what is going on in the state, and we are ready to commit to support the state. Taking a cue from the development should be based on understanding the needs of the people, based on what the people want, and supporting them. And I want to make a recommendation that this, even though we're saying local governments should take care of primary schools, but they cannot do it alone. The money available is not enough. And in the spirit of what and create and adopt a school program where people who went to primary school in those schools can come back and pay back and support the development of those schools. Partner with that network individuals, private organizations towards bringing back the lost glory. These primary schools have produced professors of international standing, but I don't know whether the last 20-30 years we've been able to maintain the kind of quality that we maintained in the past. In the past, so that will be one of the conditions. And in this respect, the ODA for instance, we are currently doing a baseline survey which we are paying for to look at primary education in Osun State, and it's being conducted by notable professors of education, and we are going to give this as our contribution to development of primary education in Osun State when the baseline study is ready. And of course, the local government is the closest to the people. The local government must be managed by independent, responsible, accountable, and knowledgeable people. And I know that within the political party system. We have people who are qualified, we have people who are knowledgeable, who can be trained, and then giving targets. And because we should learn from countries that run government as businesses. Because everything now should be looking at the objective, the end game, not just being in position because we want to be in position. We should look at countries like Singapore, like UAE, United Arab Emirates, that run those countries as businesses. So there's no reason why when we are appointing local government administrators, say, these are the targets that you must achieve, and this is what you are accountable for. And we have the process of monitoring performance with consequences for not meeting those levels. If you do that, I'm sure we'll get a lot more results from that. Now going to my own thoughts in terms of the future. There's a need for developing long-term development plan. And I'm happy to note that Osun State in 2018 developed the Osun Development Plan 2019 to 2028, taking Osun to higher level. That is very, very good. But most development plans, not only in Osun State, not only in Nigeria, but other parts of the world, fail to achieve their objectives because there are no diligent monitoring and evaluation. Execution is key. So we need to make sure that even though we have this 10-year plan, how well do we monitor the implementation so that we achieve? Otherwise, in 2028, we may get to 2028 and discover that nothing has changed. So this is very, very important. The second point I want to, out of the 4 points I want to make, is about partnership. Government cannot do everything alone. The role of government in today's modern world is to serve as catalyst for development, to provide an enabling environment, focusing on ease of doing business. We have many governments, state governments, and so on, talking about ease of doing business. Are we really practicalizing this ease of doing business? Are we really making it easy for businesses, existing businesses, to continue to run their businesses, develop their businesses, and bring and generate employment, create sources for IGR for the various states? It is very, very important that we reappraise what we do in this respect as government. Of course, social and physical infrastructure, respect for sanctity of government, irrespective of agreements, irrespective of whatever government is in power. Because these are some of the things that attract partners. You don't want to deal with a state that you know that after social years, the government will change, and then whatever has been agreed is not there. So it's very, very important that we find a way of entrenching that. I'm happy the speaker is there. They should be able to find a way of doing this. We need to develop sustainable framework for partnership on win-win basis with individuals, private organizations, and also international organizations. We're talking about money. I know Mrs. Mandela talk about Osun doesn't have money and so on. Osun doesn't need federal government allocation to be able to run an efficient government. Osun doesn't need to rely only on what it's able to generate, but through partnership, we could get a lot of enormous resources, investment coming into Osun State. According to Forbes report for 2020, the world today has 2,771 billionaires in dollars. In 2020 alone, during the year of COVID, the world produced the highest number of billionaires in the world, 493 billionaires in dollars. And most of these people do not even need this money, but they are making the money every day. And they are looking for outlets. They are looking particularly in the emerging market, particularly in the developing world. And they want to look at ideas. They invest in ideas. So government should find a way of partnering with the private sector to generate some of these ideas that will be useful and be appealing to some of these multi-billionaires in dollars who want to put their money to develop emerging markets like in Africa, and we should be able to attract them to Osun. And that leads me to the third point, or the 4 points I want to make: knowledge economy. And I'm happy Ms. Bandele Ademola Radeju talk about this. It's very, very important. This is something that is very dear to my heart, and I don't need to talk about the benefit of it in terms of job creation, in terms of youth employment, youth skilling, because just like Africa with the median age of 19 years, Osun is a young state in terms of the number of people there. When the state was created in 1991, 52.7% of the population were people under 35. As at 2020, that has increased to 67%. So almost 7 out of 10% in Osun are young people under 35. And if you look at the population of Nigeria itself, 91% of Nigerians are under 54. That means only 9% of Nigerians are over 54. So our developmental plans must be targeted at the youth. And when you talk about the youth, the digital natives who understand technology, we need to develop Osun to become the knowledge hub of Nigeria. And we are this. And I'm happy. 2 years ago we had the Osun Economic Summit, and I made a presentation on this. And the governor and the government challenged me to, in my capacity as the president of the African Fintech Network, to do something about it. And I'm happy to report that the government is aware of this. Exactly what Mr. Bandele and you have said is happening already in Osun. We've created in the last 1 year a company called Global Innovation. We reach out to our global networks. We reach out to our high net worth individuals in the state. And I can tell you that 10 locations, because we want to also stop rural-urban drift. 10 locations in Osun have been identified to set up rural innovation hubs. And these are not funded by government, but funded by individuals, citizens of Osun State. 2 of them have taken off, one in Otayebaju, done by the Shekwana Foundation, one in Ifetedo, sponsored by Madam institutions, in Osun. We should be able to benefit from the knowledge that is coming from these universities to grow our economy into a digital economy. And the second leg of the innovation hub, because if you look at some of the young people who are Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook and Bill Gates and so on, they started their ideas, generating the ideas from the university environment. So because of that, we're also focusing on that. They have provided funds. It's not that they are promised. They have provided funds for us to build an innovation hub in Obafemi University. We have brought people from across the world 2 weeks ago to come and talk to our university students how to start a business, how to generate ideas. We have people who are ready to provide funds for these things. So what we have done, what we are hoping is that in the next 5 to 10 years, Osun will be able to produce businesses that are resident in Osun, that can use the power of technology, the power of digital to be able to be based in Osun. Some of them can be working because we are going to give them the necessary skills, coding, programming, which we have already started. You can see that in their villages. And talking about villages, we are working with telecommunication companies, Airtel, MTN, and so on, to provide 4G uninterrupted service. These have been provided already in Ifetedo and Taiwan. So that issue of data or issue of connectivity is not a problem. So you can have these young people sitting in their villages, earning dollars by working for companies in America. We can have some of them creating businesses. OPay got investment of $400 million just last week. OPay was founded in 2018. Frontawave, Paystack were founded about 6 or 7 years ago. Those companies are now worth $2 billion. They are now worth billions of dollars. We can produce the likes of those founders, produce them from the villages and rural areas in Osun. And that is the mission that we are on, working with all our partners, including the Osun Association, who are providing the mentors and so on and so forth. So everything does not have to be done by government. So if we have other institutions, other organizations doing what ODA is doing what Okolo is doing, if you have about 10 of such in Osun State, you can imagine what the future of Osun State will be. So I hope that government will be able to continue to support this program. Government doesn't need to put any money. In this world of today, it is not money, it's not a problem. Idea is the problem. People invest in ideas and not money. And we have talented young people in Osun. I've related with a lot of them in my local community, now and again, and I see that we have talents, but they are raw talent. They don't have the opportunity. We need to give them the opportunity. It is those opportunities that will make them, global icons. And they will not forget Osun State. They will create jobs in Osun State. Government will get more revenue. Social unrest will be reduced, and so on and so forth. So I think I've spoken enough about that. I know ODA is also working with the likes of Microsoft, Oracle, to train about 500,000 young people in Osun in what is needed for the future of work. Because our university products have not been prepared for the future of work. We have a lot of graduates who are...
Can we have some silence, please? Silence in the hall, please. Can we have some silence, please? Thank you.
Who are not employable. We need to make them employable by giving those, and that is what we are driving at. But the role of government in this is that government should also consider creating innovation funds and organizing with the private sector idea challenges, so that people can come up with ideas to solve our peculiar problem. Because the problem that they have in Lagos, in Abuja, is different from the problem we have in Osun. So we can create local solutions using local and community talents that we have among us, and also export it for other. So the last comment is about leadership. Leadership is very important. Our youth must more. I'm happy that within the leadership, political leadership in Osun State today, we have a lot of young, talented people. But we need more. We need more people under 40 years. If you look at the history of countries that have developed in recent years, Rwanda, Singapore, they've invested a lot in the young people, and they've given them a position of responsibility so that we can challenge them to do greater things. So we want to see more of young people and more of young ladies also being given a position of prominence, so that the older one will be able to guide them. Now, we as leaders must be ready to serve as mentors. I have a lot to say, and I want to suggest that this a colloquium like this, with a lot more time, should be created in the near future. Because 5 minutes is never enough to talk about issues of development for our state. So I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to congratulate the government again. Happy 30th anniversary, as we look forward towards a more prosperous future for our state and its people. Congratulations, Mr. Governor, and all the good people of Osun State.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we come back, we've gone out to the diasporan participants. We apologize once again for the technical hitches, as we all know, with our vehicles. When it's working well, and occasionally it doesn't work well, and you won't throw it away, because, you know, hiccups do happen to any mechanical equipment. We apologize profusely. But I think that we've gotten the substance of their contributions. Before we come back to the panel in the House, we have just one more intervention, and we thought it was very necessary to have this intervention because, as you probably heard Professor Oyeweso saying earlier on, when he was introducing one of the pillars, pioneers of our state, he did mention Chief Inolaji Abuaba, and he is in the House with us. We thought we should hear his voice directly for a minute or two. He was the first head of service and the secretary to the state government. Chief Inolaji Abuaba, sir.
Our dear Governor, Adegboyega Oyetola, Kabiyesi, the Ooni of Ife, other Kabiyesis, all other protocols observed. Let me congratulate all of us once again on this occasion of marking the 30th anniversary of the creation of Osun State. And I want to thank God also for giving us life, that we still all here. Those of us who saw the beginning, that we are still talking. We give glory to God for that. And may God to repose the souls of those who contributed positively then, but who are no longer living. The essence of the creation of Osun State is the quest for development. I thank you, Governor, for providing this forum, for the brilliant ideas that people have thrown up, which we could harness to move the state forward. And I thank you for all the activities of your government. It's not because we see your face, Many people have spoken about it. What you two have spoken about, I always watch him. He's always telling the truth. Please just continue in that way. God will continue to bless you. We can feed the impact throughout the state. And we are sure that where there is will, there will always be a way. God will continue to move our state forward. Many people have spoken, but it will appear that a critical element has been left out. That is the civil servants. They are the engine. They are the engine for implementing whatever, even for planning and executing. And I'm saying this because this governor has been unique in his relationship with the public, with the civil servant and other public servants. That's why we have peace in Osun State. That's why Governor Yotola is making quiet waves. Where there's no sync between the civil servants and the political leaders. Try as you can, you cannot make any progress. We want to commend this. We want to commend this. And he has shown it in terms of, he has even confessed it, that they are doing well. Everybody, unfortunately, when they come as political leaders, they run down the civil service, forgetting that as they lay their mat, that they are going to sleep on it. Thank you for at least taking cognizance of the contributions of the civil servants. I pray you have more resources to motivate them further. So at the era of the capitulation, demoralization, not motivating them will be past. And I believe that this state can continue to move forward. And I want to plead, I'm not a politician, I'm sorry to say, but I care so much for this state. It's like a baby to me. I participated when they are struggling for it. God again, in His grace, made me the first secretary to government head of service of this state. And I thank God also for the administrator. He was a military man, but he allowed us to work. I've not been happy that he not been honored, but thank Governor, the present Governor, Governor Yotola, for naming him among those that will be honored. We are grateful to you. I feel that when the government goes, if it does well, it may not be immediate. Let's try and recognize them. So that all others, when they come, they too will do well, they want to be remembered. Thank you for recognizing him, because he was a good leader when he was here. All that we achieved was possible because he allowed us to work. No matter how brilliant the civil servant that came with me that time, if he didn't give us a space to work, we would not have achieved anything. And I want to urge that we continue to give these civil servants the space to do their work. They are also citizens of the state. I'm sure they are ready and prepared to contribute their quota, also as shareholders with our political leaders to move the state forward. I wish our state well. Thank you so much.
A resounding round of applause for Chief Abuaba. Thank you so much, sir, for your service to the state and for representing the civil service as a critical sector in the engine growth of the state. Professor, we're back to you for the rounding up and last words. Professor, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. MC. As we wind down, a number of the panelists here have one or two things to add, and I will just call on them in that order as they are sitting next to me. So I will start with Ambassador Barumbi, and after everybody has spoken, I will round it up. And I have a few statistics again to share with you.
I thank you for this privilege once again. And I'm speaking from a vantage point. I doubt if there's been a civilian regime in this state that I was not involved in, either in midwifing it, or in working for it, or in prophesying its existence.
So I'm in a advantage position to talk about tomorrow. We've all seen what is happening. We all talk about the state that we want to see. We want to see a state that is not a civil service state. We want to see the continuation of the progressive program that we are seeing. We want to see a governor that will hold firm to his own policies, even when people are criticizing it. Because a leader is that man on the top of a hill. He sees further than all of us. He sees further than all of us. Sometimes he's going to do things that we don't like. He's going to do things that we will be criticizing. And unless he's a man of his own, he's going to abandon policies that will make this state better tomorrow. And I always tell people, when Baba Olo started free education in this country, we rioted. We rioted. So when people talk about some of the things that this incumbent governor is doing, and they are criticizing it, I say, look towards tomorrow. And I thank the governor for holding firm, because you are not a leader if you have to dance to the tunes of the people all of the time. Yes, you must listen to them. You must know what they want. You must also realize that sometimes what they want is not what they need. And what we need in this country, in this state now, is to begin to industrialize, to begin to involve the people themselves. Because President Washington once said, nobody will do for you what you cannot do for yourself. The government will provide roads, they will provide hospitals, they will provide schools, but they will not create the industries where the people will work. They will not create the ICT centers where the people will work. So all of us who are networked, all of us who are interested in this state, we must partner with government. There's no way the government will set up the factories to do the mining. They are not going to produce the adire now. They are not going to do the gari factory. They are not going to process the cocoa. Yes, they will do the road that you are asking for. So all of us, as citizens of this state, must rise up to partner with the government. Now, from my experience, I midwife Adeleke government as the chairman of the SDP party. I worked with VC Akade. I worked with Oyilola. I prophesied Oyetola. Now I want to make a prophecy for this state. You want to move forward? Do you want a continuation of the peace that you have? Do you want a governor that will look forward and give you a flyover because he's looking forward? Do you want a governor that will be looking forward? Or do you want a governor that has to experience in managing human beings? Do you want a governor who has to experience in managing funds? Do you want a governor that does not know how to harness resources? No. So if you want Osun State to move forward, so what do you do? I want to hear you. What do you do? What do you do? The mic is over to Mr. Babajide Otitoju.
There is really nothing more to say from my end other than to say that I would like to be here when a new administration is inaugurated after the 2022 election, and I would like to see the people that I see, especially in front of me, the direction that I'm looking at. When that inauguration takes place, those are the people that I want to see. Many people don't know that beyond talking on TV, I also have anointing to prophesy. If I prophesy at this stage, they will say it's too early. But when that time comes, we will prophesy. Osun is in good hands, no doubt about it. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It's not all the time that I get invited to a function like this and people sit down and they are happy to even listen to me. I've addressed the ESCO of Niger State before, and from my first sentence, I was criticizing them. But if there is nothing to criticize, will I simply start criticizing the Oyetola administration? No, I can't do that. If somebody is doing what is right, it is the responsibility of the media to encourage that person and to tell him that he should not lose focus. Whatever will make the governor to lose focus, may God not let that thing happen. If there are individuals around here whose goal is to make him take his eyes off the ball, may those people stop getting close to him from today. Because we want development in our states. We want our people to not suffer. When our people can't receive salaries when they should receive it, they suffer. Businesses will suffer. Civil servants have dependents. Those dependents too will suffer. That is not what we want to see. A time should come, as some of the speakers here have posited, when Osun can be seen as a state where industries are thriving, where we can find jobs for our jobless young people. Because unemployment is a time bomb in our country, and we have to address that problem. I was happy someone invited me the other day to Umuahia. He said a brewery that has shut down for more than 25 years has just recently been revived. For people who don't drink beer, it may not be good news. But when a brewery is operational, people get paid, jobs will be created. So even if a brewery springs up from Osun State here, a lot of us will be happy. Not because we are drunkards, but because at least people will have jobs. That is what we want to see. A state that can stand on its own, whether distributable revenue comes from the center or not. That is a state that we look forward to. And that was why I advised when I spoke earlier that the governor must do his best to attract investors to the state. There are Osun sons and daughters who have businesses outside of here that are thriving. This is the time for them to give back to their state. And you have to lead that charge. It's your responsibility to talk to them, to attract them as much as you can, so that nobody will talk about Osun as simply a civil service state anymore, but a state where businesses are thriving, where industries are thriving. That is the Osun state of my dream. And I'm sure that is the dream of most people here. An Osun state that we can all be proud of, that we'll be happy with. May God deliver that Osun state of our dream to us in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Well, the duty of the historian is first and foremost to be fair to all sides. At the time I was speaking, I got to the Babakode administration. I could not complete it. So for all the other administration, that book was up to 2010, which covered one of the greatest benefits that Osun State has today is in the development of higher education. When we had, in 1991, we had only University of Ife, later known as Obafemi Awolowo University. Today, there are 11 universities in Osun State. At inception, there were only 2 satellite campuses. Today, we have 9 polytechnics, apart from Osun State Polytechnic in Ire and Ibadan, in Ire and Esauke. Private polytechnics. School of Nursing today is increasing. College of Health Technology also on the increase. Private universities. So, apart from Kaduna State and Ogun State, no state in Nigeria has the quantum of higher institutions in Nigeria than Osun State. Kaduna has the highest, followed by Ogun. After Osun, Lagos State, and the rest follow. My wish for Mr. Governor, I see him as a very calm, cool, charismatic, and somebody right from inception adopted Ileri Oluwa. When you say Ileri Oluwa, God's promise. God promise, if you believe in it, it can never fail. I call myself a product of grace. Nobody ever thought I was going to grow up to 5 years or 10 years or ever rise to the position of a professor. But thank God today, 60, strong, reliable, and waxing stronger. Mr. Governor, excellence has no other word except excellence. We wish you a very successful journey in this odyssey. I thank you. I thank everybody.
Over to you, Steve.
Your Excellency, I was sitting down with the former governor of my state. I'm from Imo, by the way. And he was telling me that if he had known, there was a particular road we drove to his place. He said if he had known that he would just have done all the roads and just left the place, and people will find their level just from roads. Because a road he did as he was living, just at the towards the twilight of his administration, he went there like 3 years later and saw the kind of massive development that was taking place on both sides of the road. So I say, Your Excellency, keep your eyes on the ball, infrastructure, pursue it bullishly. But my other observation is this. I sit down and I see your team. And the team, I'm talking of both the people in the cabinet and the outside members of the faculty, outside faculties, like the person sitting at the extreme there. I see people who have before now signed huge checks, bigger checks than probably Osun State can sign. And they have all buried those, left all those ambitions and businesses and stuff like that on the side to come and serve because of the person that is leading. Sir, sacrifice is the key word, operational word here. You have made a lot of sacrifice. I sit back and say, well, I'm sure you would have wondered at some point, said, what am I really benefiting from this thing? What's all this trouble about? When you wake up and somebody is igniting fire somewhere, abusing you some other places, and you say, what is it we are benefiting? There's no money, there's no, but sir, keep at it. sacrifice is what we have come to know you about. Yes, in the media, we look at your media team, and I'm sure you are aware that you don't get all the bashing that governors do get. It's some people's goodwill in your team. Things that others will probably do with millions of naira, they probably place a call and it gets done. Of course, it doesn't mean you shouldn't fund it ultimately, but I'm sure it's because they appreciate what you're going to do and people identify with what you're doing. Sir, keep up that sacrifice. There are people around you who have buried ambitions to make sure that you succeed. You have also buried other ambitions to make sure that Osun works. Keep at it, and the Lord Almighty will see you through, and we will come back here to celebrate your inauguration again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okino.
Thank you once again. I want to congratulate the people of Osun State. I congratulate you on clocking 30 years. But more importantly, I congratulate you for having a governor in person of His Excellency, Governor Oyetola. Everybody has talked about his legendary humility. I pray that he will not have any regret with the kind of person he is. I hope the people of the state will come together to take advantage of his kind of person and unite for the development of the state. Because there's nothing you cannot achieve if there's unity of purpose. So my prayer for the people of the state, my hope for the people of the state is to come together, unite, and take advantage of the person we have in government now to develop the state. I know there are mining licenses that have been given. I also hope that next time when we have to come back here, we'll hear stories of how those licenses have been converted into employment for the teeming youth of the state. So it's not, I know almost all the states in the Federation have one thing or the other that they can exploit to their advantage. But now that we are talking about resource control, hopefully the states will be able to convert it into a form of employment for the youth. I'm praying and hoping that when next I come here, there will be more women in the cabinet. You know, it has been our prayer. Thank God that one of our sisters is here. My prayer is that hopefully next time we are here, there will be more women in the cabinet and even as administrators. And then, well, that's all I have to say. I've talked about unity, I've talked about development, I've talked about us coming together to develop the state, and of course, employment generation in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we wind down, I want to take a few issues, focusing particularly on education. Earlier, I gave you some statistics. I indicated that the population of the state rose from just over 2 million in 1991 to over 4.7 million today. The implication of that population growth is that about half the population of this state is 30 years old or younger. And the opinion poll that I conduct for the state from time to time indicates precisely that the population of respondents from 35 and below is about 65%. In any case, The population for this state indicates a youth population of 67%. The implication of that for planning is enormous. It means that we must contain this youth by providing opportunities for employment. So that's one thing that our governor needs to take into account. But my focus really is going to be on education. But before I do that, let me also highlight a few programs for which Osun is noted. These three programs I'm about to mention have been seeded by Osun State and adopted by the federal government. School feeding. The OES program, which employed our youths, gave rise to End Power at the federal level. And our social protection program has been adopted also at the federal level. But let me go beyond that to focus on education. In the last 30 years, school enrollment in Osun schools has grown tremendously. In the last 10 years in particular, the growth has been enormous, due partly to the attractive new school buildings, but more importantly, to the school feeding program, which attracts the youth and encourages parents to bring their children to school. What is more important, though, is that educational achievement in the state has also improved significantly, raising the state from near the bottom of the ranking now to a competitive state. In the last 5 years especially, students' performance in Osun schools, as indicated by Ms. Okino, improved to the extent now that Osun students became highly competitive in national exams. I give you a recent example. In the just concluded JAMB exam for 2021, a student from Osun schools came second with a score of 350 out of 400. In fact, he missed coming first by only 8 points. That is to the credit of the Osun State government. What is even more interesting is that, and as Professor Oyeweso indicated, it is no longer the case that school leavers in Osun cannot find a higher institution to attend. There are 11 universities in this state, 2 federal, 1 on ground at Ile-Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University. It was called University of Ife when I attended that college. 2, there is a new Federal University of Technology coming up at Ilorin. Then the state itself has a state university with a multi-campus system distributed across the state. But on top of these 3 state institutions, there are 8 private universities. Let me just run through the list for those who are looking for university to attend. Redeemers, Ede has 2, Redeemers and Adeleke University. Iwo has 2, Bowen and Westland University. There is a university here in Osogbo, Fountain University, Joseph Ayo Babalola University at Ikeji, Arakeji, King's College in Odeomu, and of course Oduduwa University in Ipetukodu. My advice to Osun indigene, philanthropists, businessmen, is that for now, let us put a pause to establishing a university. If you have the money and you want your name attached to a higher institution, please endow the institution with a college. Mrs. Folonsho Alakija, who like me is an Ara Osun rather than Oma Osun, endowed Osun State University with the College of Medicine with over $20 million. We can do that. My recommendations for the future of education in the state, in addition to endowing colleges and professorial chairs, I will suggest that we have more teachers. And the state has been making efforts in that regard. But one thing we can do really is to attract civil servants who have teaching credentials and encourage them to migrate to the classroom without losing their rank. Two, in this technology age, we've been talking about this in Osun, we need a technology hub. And I'm sure that plan is also underway. But in order for this technology hub to be really effective, we need to start work on providing internet access, at least in our secondary schools. This is very critical. Finally, one technological equipment that launched this state in the limelight a few years ago is Colloquium. Whether in a new version or a different version, we also need to go back to Colloquium and do something about it. Finally, I want to end again, like many panelists have done, with the governor. I have attended many events with him in attendance, and I want to share with you one comment I made elsewhere. Governor Oyetola will sit down from the beginning to the end, and you will wonder whether he ever goes to the bathroom. We were making a lot of fuss when we were arranging this place yesterday about getting a special place for the governor. I said, don't worry. Get a place, okay, but he's going to sit down and listen all through. Mr. Governor, your patience, your demeanor has carried you this far. May it carry you further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ni Akinaso. Thank you very much, panelists. We are coming back to say a formal thank you. Somebody will come up shortly to do the formal thanks to everybody. But Prof, I just complained that you, towards the end, you stole my thunder, but that's fine, because I was going to be the one to say that about the governor. That is always, in my experience, is always sitting through, especially these kinds of program that I know many governors find very tortuous because there is no dancing and other such engagements. And yet our governor sits through it and it keeps everybody sitting. Momentarily, if you remember when we took the slight break, and some people thought the governor had left. Many of them got up until I announced that the governor is on his way back here. And of course, everybody sat. So that's the power of personal example. We thank you, sir. And may I just add, since I'm on it, that Governor, may you continue to have the hindsight to know where you have been, the foresight to know where you're going, and the insight to continue to navigate the ship of Osun State in the name of the Lord. And for our people, especially with Chief Ababa talking the other time, a few quotations just jumped out, and I wrote a few down, 1, 2. And one says, the way I see it, if you want the rainbow, you get up to put up, you have to put up with the rain. So to the people our people in Osun State, if we want the better life that will come, we've got to wade through
the process of building that better life. And someone else says, with love and patience, nothing is impossible. But patience is not the ability to wait, but the ability to keep a good attitude while waiting. Thank you very much, every one of us that has been here. We'll go on now to the closing remarks. And our closing remarks will be by the chairman of the occasion, His Eminence, the Sultan of Sokoto, Muhammad Saad Abubakar III. He'll give us the closing remarks as he did give the opening remarks. May we have it.
Once more, we are back and thank Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the very successful completion of this colloquium. I congratulate the governor and the people of Osun State on the successful completion of this event, which serves as the mirror for viewing the activities of the state in the last 30 years and the instrument for projecting its future in the next 30 years and beyond, inshallah. From the empirical analysis of the panelists, it is obvious that Osun has done well for itself as a 30-year-old state. The successive administrations and administrators and governors deserve accolades for their visionary leadership given to the state. With a massive and sustainable development strive and inclusive governance strategy of the present governor of the state, my very good brother and friend from Nawaitela, it's obvious that the state is in the right hands and is headed in the right direction by Allah's grace. The duty and strength of this colloquium are the implementation of outcomes and recommendations of the panelists across sectors. I have no doubt that expedient efforts will be made to implement the recommendations with relevant timelines. If Osun started from scratch 30 years ago and was able to go this far today, despite the obvious challenges, the message is that with the huge development on the ground as foundation for building a sustainable future in the knowledge and technology-driven century, its economy should compete favorably with same states within the continent. I throw this as a challenge to the government and the people of the state as we prepare for the task of state building ahead. I thank our distinguished panelists and moderator for their service to the state during their lifetime and for today's event in particular. I congratulate His Excellency the Governor on the successful hosting of this colloquium. I felicitate with the people of Osun on the 30th anniversary of the state and the seamless completion of this colloquium by Almighty Allah's grace. May Almighty Allah continue to bless the state of Osun. May Almighty Allah continue to bless
House now, since the speaker is here. Since the speaker is here. Okay, the members of the House of Assembly. What is Chief Judge is here?
Chief Judge and other judges.
Chief Judge and other judges. Chief Judge and other judges. Thank you. Yeah, everybody's going to go and have a session. Please, let's just make it orderly. The Chief Judge and other judges. Thank you, sirs. Our royal fathers will be with you in a moment because you deserve to have your own specially. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as part of the event, we've organized food packs on your way out, and it will be distributed accordingly.
For the past 5 hours now, we've been at Aurora Conference Center,
any members of the House of Assembly
venue of the celebration, 38th celebration still going on, where we are having the colloquium today. The theme, celebrating a milestone, building a prosperous future. Osun State 30th Anniversary Colloquium, which is an hybrid. You'll be watching us on www.osun30 and physically here on OSBC channels, radio, and our television handles. We are sure you've had a wonderful time with us. We are sure our achievements in the state of Osun has been highlighted in various forms: education sector, the health sector, agricultural sector, tourism and cultural, mining sector, financial institutions, security, the mass media, and lots more. And we are sure that wherever you are watching us from, you will love to be part of this state. And we are sure that when next we'll be having this kind of meeting again, it will be on a bigger and larger platform than we are now. Yes, so many dignitaries have graced this occasion. We highlighted them earlier on, from the Sultan of Sokoto to former governors to House of Representatives, Senate here in Osun, and the cabinet of Osun State government. We really want to thank everyone that has stayed with us so far on this occasion. Let me hand over to Shola Marcos, and we'll come back to do our roundup and thank all who have contributed one way or the other on today's program.
Láìsí àní-àní, ẹ̀yin èèyàn wálé akíyín láti bí wákàtí márùn-ún lé tí ẹ ti ń jẹ ìgbádùn àpérò èyí tí ó ń wáyé ní Aurora Event Center nílùú Òṣogbo lónìí, tí àpérò tí ó wà fún ayẹyẹ ọgbọ̀n ọdún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun pẹ̀lú àkòrí mímọ rírì àwọn àṣeyọrí tó ti lálẹ́ wù ní ìpínlẹ̀ yìí àti àgbékalẹ̀ ọjọ́ ọ̀la tó ní ọlá àti ohun mèremère nínú. Ọlọ́kanjọ̀kan àwọn tí wọ́n pè fún àwọn àpérò yìí ni wọ́n ti sọ ibi tí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ní ọládé àti àwọn ibi tí ó tún kù sí tí a ti lè mú ohun mèremère jáde láti ẹ̀ka ètò ẹ̀kọ́ sí ti ètò ààbò. Bákan náà ni ọrọ̀ ajé, ìdàgbàsókè ìgbafẹ́ àti àṣà, báyìí náà ni iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ tí ò gbẹ́yìn ní ara ohun tí wọ́n ti mẹ́nubà lónìí pé láìsí àní-àní nígbà tí a bá fi rí ọdún mélòó kan sí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun yóò ti dé àpèwáwò nígbà tí a bá fẹsẹ̀ lé àwọn ìpele kan ní ìpínlẹ̀ yìí. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa, ní báyìí bí a ṣe ń sọ yìí, ètò ti ń lọ síbi kòókùndùn tí ó jẹ́ pé gómìnà yóò ya àwòrán pẹ̀lú àwọn èèyàn wọn, wọ́n sì túká níbi ètò yìí lónìí. Ẹ̀yin èèyàn, àdíṣà láì má dárúkọ àwọn èèyàn wa tí a jọ wá síbí nítorí pé lórúkọ ọ̀gá wa pátápátá èyí tí Ọlọ́run kó kọ́kọ́rọ́ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lé lọ́wọ́, Alhaji Fọláhànmí tí wọ́n kó wa sòdí tí a ti mú ètò yìí wá sí ojú ìwòran yín. Amójú ẹ̀rọ Olúwatóyè Owójayé níbi ètò yìí náà ni wọ́n wà. Bákan náà ni Tóyà Bọ́sẹ̀ Bàǹgbóyè tí wọ́n jẹ́ ọ̀gá tí ó di ẹ̀ka ti rédíò mú, àti Jọládé Ìgbàrúọlá tí wọ́n di ẹ̀ka ti tẹlifíṣàn mú. Àwọn èèyàn lọ́lọ́kanjọ̀kan ni àjọ wà ń bí ní àtórí Adésóyè Awódèjì, Táyọ̀ Fagbọrún, gbogbo wa ni àjọ wà ń bí. Tóyìn ọmọ sọ ìyókù fún yín ní èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì. Láti bẹ̀ lọ ni mò ń kí ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa pé nígbà tí a ó bá fi ṣe ọdún 21 ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun, ìyá yín ni o, ẹ kú kalẹ̀. Olúwatóyìn.
Shola, thank you so much. Yes, on behalf of Abdulrasheed Folaranmi, our able DG, who is ably represented here and present with us since we started the program, Engineer Tonyo Wojaye, Director of Engineering, Sayo Fagborun, Gabriel Fadehan, Paul Oniti, Atoyebe Ayowale, our Debisi Israel, our RT students, and our drivers has been Julius Adebambo and Abdurauf Anishu. From programs, we have Adesoye Awodeji, Shola Ayeshibalata Marcos, Felix Homalafe, Shola Ogunlaye, Taufik Ahmed, Jakub Adioti, Omolaoye Sunday, Ayodeji Akin Toye, and Bose Bamigboye, Dupe Akinyemi. Yeah, my name is Oluwasoyin Ojeyemi. We congratulate the state of Osun once again on this monumental achievement. And to all those that at the studio end who have one way or the other collaborated with us to bring this to a successful end, I wish Osun State a greater achievement as the year moves on.
Executive, the party state executive, the Director General of the Dawn Commission and his team kindly stand by. The organizing committee for this colloquium will be taken shortly. Party state committee, thank you. Organizing committee, oh yeah, Dawn Commission. Dawn Commission. Members of the organizing committee of this colloquium, stand by. Members of the organizing committee of this colloquium, Femi, Dolakpo, Wale, Damola, and so forth. Rachel, Dawn Commission, thank you. From the regional integration. Youth leaders stand by. Youth leaders stand by. Youth leaders. After this, we'll take the youth leaders. After this session, the youth leaders can come up now. Youth leaders, please. Youth leaders first. Youth leaders first. In-house. After the youth leaders, please. Councillors Malonsi, Councillor Lokon, after youth leaders. Councillors. Emma Binu. Oma Agbere Rani. Youth leaders now. Youth leaders. After the youth leaders, let's have the councillors after the youth leaders. Thank you. Councillors, please. Councillors, if they're here. Councillors, our councillors. Please, as soon as you've taken your shots, please make room for others. The councillors, thank you. Councillors, Jekolo, she's a councillor. Let the councillors, yes, thank you. So, organizing committee members, stand by. Councillors, are we done? Permanent secretaries. The permanent secretary should stand by. Can we have the organizing committee members now? Please. Organizing committee first. Organizing committee members. Organizing committee. Organizing committee. Secretaries in our various ministries can join us, please. And coordinating directors, permanent secretaries, coordinating directors, permanent secretaries, and coordinating directors. Thank you very much. May we have members
members of other political parties, we did speak earlier on about the inclusive nature of the Oyetola government. Even opposition political parties are welcome to celebrate with us, because we know one day soon they will join us.
If